Douglas Smith. And our
Morning,
first case is 175. 175. We got him. He's supposed to come.
Well, we'll get started.
Yes.
Ann will be here in a minute. Good morning.
Morning.
We have some administrative to go through before we get started. I'll have some questions for you.
Sure.
When I get down toward the end. Opening a hearing on case ID 175, account 60980. This hearing is being recorded.
The protest is Q1 only.
Q1. Okay, Anna? We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is the four of us around the table. Eamon is the representative of the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using a survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created that has our determination of value, and it will also have instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
I believe you do.
Very good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duffy, solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
I, Douglas Smith, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Douglas, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold a Texas appraiser's license.
I do not.
On the table under your folder is a document under Mylar. This is the procedure we'll be using throughout the hearing. And the first choice is for you to make the decision as to whether you want to speak first or the district speaks first.
No, I'll speak first. That's all right.
You have 5 minutes.
All right, thank you. So I believe, get right to the cut to the chase here. I believe the incorrect method was to determine the valuation of this property. For whatever reason, the appraisal district used a commercial or income approach. That is incorrect. This property has never been commercially utilized. It has power only, has no water, no sewer, no air conditioning, has never been used in a commercial method. I believe a cost method should be utilized for this property. Actually, I'm baffled completely about why you would use a commercial application on this. This is in a residential area. Directly to the north of the property is residential. Directly to the west of the property is a residential area. There's nothing in this thing that is a commercial district. The closest commercial property is probably Sears. So I do dispute that whole idea that this is a commercial location. In addition, the property was significantly damaged by the hurricane. Those have not been repaired. Don't have any intention to, because this is a storage building, it's a garage. So that does deduct from that. And then on top of all of that, the recent floods was inside the building. You'll see accompanying photographs of that. Water inside the building is approximately 20 inches. That isn't a really big deal, except it voids the corrosion warranty on the building now. So I did consider that. So that's really it should be a cost basis. I think the current appraised value to me is acceptable, not the new one, which I believe is 1085, I believe is what it's currently appraised for. I think that actually is overstated a little bit on the value of the property, but that is acceptable to me. Does anybody have any questions?
Go ahead.
All right, then I guess you accept my explanation, and so we're done, right?
We have, it's not quite,
All right.
we go through a process of examination, cross-examination, and so on, so the district gets an opportunity to present their evidence.
Do you have any idea what the current cost to build this building?
Yes, I actually do. The current cost of a steel structure, that is one of the documents, is, let's see, the quotation, I'll pull out the number right here, is $38,059. That's not including any electrical hookups, so that's just the building itself.
And it costs $41,000 to build in 2014, so it's gone down.
Well, that would probably include, I would guess the 41,000 would include things like the electrical hookups and things like that. But yes, the cost of the building, that is a current estimate for the building.
Okay, anything else? Okay, we have more time later.
Thank you. I don't really need time. That's fine. Thank you.
Amy, you have 2 minutes for cross if you need it, and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, so this is 60980. It was certified last year at 108,550. This year was noticed at 156,860. The last known sale price was 2015. It was purchased for $125,000. The value of this was based on an income approach to value, and the key thing for Fulton Outlots in this particular area is the Aransas countywide average stated rent of $8 per foot. It was provided to this warehouse just like every other warehouse, and that's where the value of $156,860 comes from. In the interim period since notice, this neighborhood, people have given us sale prices, rents for actual, some of these are leased, and everything points to it being $6 a foot. So that's probably just going to be next year, and that puts the value at $117,645, and I don't think it should be any higher than that. That is pretty straightforward. Sale ratio report that follows is for stuff that's valued on income. I'll just point out, not everything that's valued on income is commercial. Just an approach to value. You can do an income valuation of house.
I appreciate that. This is not an income producing property. This is a garage.
But like,
His turn.
Well, he asked me a question. so
I'm all right. He's not interrupting. It's pretty simple. I mean, the reason that we do it is just because it works and it's maintenanceable. I mean, we just purchased 6 years ago for 125. 6 years go by, real estate values have increased in Rockport and Fulton, and we were at 108. So something wasn't working. It was just going to keep deteriorating year over year. But you know, we're still below what the sale price was, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be. I think that that's an accurate value. That this is, I think it's pretty conservative. But I don't think it should be any higher than 117,645, because I think that's what's going to be next year. So.
Okay. Anything else? So you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Yeah,
2
so
minutes for
I guess so you've already built in what the next increase is gonna be, right? That's just nuts. I gotta tell you, let's just deal with the reality today. The reality today is that it's not a commercial property. It is a garage. It's had significant damage to it. It's a garage. Simple as that. It's a steel building. It is a depreciating property.
I disagree with that. The
A steel building is depreciating. That's a
The
fact.
building depreciates, but the entire property is appreciating because market forces are outrunning building's depreciation. That's
Why would you value something that higher than what you could replace it with? I mean, I could knock the building down and replace it with something less than that's just it.
There's warehouses being built everywhere. That's why they do it.
No, that's fine, but that's not where this is a building that, this is what it's worth. Is it depreciating? The property may appreciate, but not the building.
The building is part.
I disagree. I mean, I have facts to support that. I mean, there's a National Association of Steel Buildings. Steel buildings are a depreciating property. Matter of fact, this is even more depreciated because again, I'm gonna bring you
So
back
are you
to the
gonna
flood.
sell this to somebody for less than you paid for it 6 years ago? Come on.
I'm not gonna sell it. I have no intention, and that's a different story.
No, it's not. It's just you don't want to answer it because it's not going the way you want to go. But that's not how it works. You don't sell things for less than you paid for them 6 years later.
I don't know how many properties you bought and sold. I bought quite a few. Sometimes I made a profit, sometimes I haven't. That's not the point. The point is what the property is, the value, the cost of the property. The cost of the building is depreciated. It has been damaged. It just recently was damaged again. So it voids the, which I doubt I will never need it. Doesn't appear to have any corrosion, but it does void that corrosion. There is no insurance because there's no insurance on flood and on wind on it. It does have standard insurance, but not flood and wind. So, I'm out. Simple as that.
Don't insure it for 108.
Anything else?
I have nothing else. I
I feel like we're pretty close, man.
I appreciate, I appreciate this. If you would have dealt with this at the beginning when I tried to call up, I said, look, guys, there's something really wrong with this. And the attitude was, it's only a couple $100 in taxes. So I thought, that kind of takes me. The reason I'm here was I don't think it was done properly. Could have been handled as was handled the year before.
He's got about that left. Okay, Eamon, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it. Okay, we'll go to closing then. You have 1 minute for closing.
Again, I believe that I appreciate being here. I don't appreciate being in the position I'm in now. Because I think that this honestly is just a misuse bluntly of the appraisal process here. Play taxes, good citizen, none of those issues happen when you out of the blue appraise something at $150,000. It's clearly worth 108. I think that it's kind of a scandalous situation. So I do believe that the value of the property is what I indicate what it is now, which is 185.
All right, it's our time.
Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, if you take the 117,645 Eamon recalculated, and you take out the damage associated with Harvey, and Douglas, this page you have the roll-up doors, roof flashing, and rain downspout. Those were the result of Harvey, not the recent rain.
Yeah, Harvey.
Okay, the recent rain damage doesn't count. That's after January 1st.
Okay.
As of January 1st, those roll-up doors, roof flashing, and rain downspout were not fixed.
That's correct. So the bottom section damage occurred during flood would not be. That is correct. That's for next year, I guess.
Well, it depends on whether you fix it. but that's a different story. In any case, if I did the addition correctly, that adds up to $4,280. Is that correct?
30. That's not right. 2880, 2800.
2,800, 1,200, and 280.
4280, you're right.
Okay, so you take 117,645, subtract the 4280, and you have 113,365.
Yeah.
Okay, make it 360.
So if I understand, that's what your proposal is to take it.
That's what we're going to vote on.
What's the number?
Tell me the number again.
113,360.
Yeah, I'm at 108,550, but because it's a toy box, but I also see that the land has appreciated over the course of the year. I'm not sure if it went up $17,500 and high. That's not for me to say. 113.
These
So happy.
things sell for surprising money all around the county.
I'm not worried about that. He's already stated on the record, he's not selling it. But it was there, I'm sure.
That's how. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-175, count 60980, considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value. That we lower the 2021 assessed value from 156,860 to 113,360.
1 second.
In favor?
Aye.
Okay,
All right,
We're
thank you,
done.
Mr. Smith.
That's it?
That's it.
All right, thank you for your time.
Sure.
One, 4, 4, 1.
have a good day.
In person, and it will be Gary Gilbert. Case 1441.
Was Dennis donated the property for the History Center years ago?
That's what I was wondering. I was like, I thought we'd already heard him. No, it's because, yeah.
Ready for me to bring him back?
Sure.
All right.
Sorensen house.
Yeah, I'm not, Cam's. knows him fairly
Have a
well.
seat in that chair right there at the end. This is Gary Gilbert.
Howdy.
Good morning. Gary, we have some administrivia we need to go through before we get to the heart of the matter. If you'll just follow along with me, we'll have some questions toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 1441, account 58521. Okay? Okay. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
Okay, Eamon?
Yes.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board area is around the table here in the center, and Eamon represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It will also include instructions and information about how you can appeal it if you don't agree with it. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence? Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I built up to solemnly swear that I've not communicated with another person that's violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I'm not communicating with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Go ahead, Gary.
Read that aloud with your name.
I do, I, Gary Gilbert, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Gary, I have to ask you, do you have a Texas appraiser's license?
No, sir.
Okay. The document you just uncovered shows the procedure we'll be following throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
I think I'd like to speak first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
All right. I have presented my protest points. Number one, the appraised values on my property, starting with 2017, and I could bring in the appraised values from before that, all seem to be in a certain range. But starting in 2017, it was 114,000. 2018, it went down to 107,000. 2019, it went back up to 112,000. 2020, it dropped to 111,000. And this year I get a valuation of 188,000. The difference of $77,240 is 69.86% increase. My question is, what caused that increase? Secondly, comparison sales within the area. I don't know that I've been apprised of any within that 16 unit development. And the representative sales on your sales ratio information all seem to be retail commercial properties. I really didn't see true warehouses that were comparable to my property or any of the properties in that 16 unit development. And as a matter of fact, I present an ad, a recent ad, since some of the sales ratio properties that were quoted are in Aransas Pass. There is a property in Aransas Pass that is a storage unit, 800 square feet, which is exactly half of my property, 16-foot tall unit, which is similar, and has the same, has only one overhead door, which we have two. And the listing for it is at $45,000. If you double that because of the size of my property, that comes out to only $90,000. So I'm curious as to the valuation method. And then I see that the valuation method is listed as income. My property has never been listed for rent. None of the 16 buildings in our similar development is rental property. They're all personal private property that we store, in my case, junk, I'll say. But because of my profession, I have to keep records of all of the patients and all of the employees that ever worked for me in my dental office. So that's besides building supplies and those records and my wife's Christmas decorations. That's what is in my property. Now, what I have seen in some of the other properties are very nice cars, RVs, so forth and so on. The property right next to mine has a quote apartment on the second level that he's built in. Property on the other side is totally insulated and has what I consider, for any other term, a man cave on the second level that was built into it. So there's a difference in properties out there. And my last point, the American Steel Institute recommends the average cost of steel buildings at $16 to $20 a square foot. If you add in personalization such as doors, windows, etc., then it goes up to $40 a square foot. $40 a square foot times 1,600 square feet is $64,000. These are my protest points, as well as centering on the 69.86% increase after numerous years.
Okay, need to stop you there. You have some more time later. So Eamon, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and then 5 minutes for your presentation. If you would please answer some of those questions for.
Yeah, let me
Mr.
just get through our thing real quick. So this is 58521 last year, certified at $111,000 on the nose, and this year was noticed at $188,240. This is the warehouse place in Lem Storage subdivision. It was given the market rent of $8 per foot per year, which is average for Aransas County warehouses. That's where the value of $188,000 comes from. It's just the capitalized value of lease rates in the area for warehouses, which is just it's an approach to value. The income equity grid is other warehouses. There just shows there's no difference in them between in this neighborhood other than size. One of them is bigger. The rest of them are all the exact same square footage. So any adjustment that would be made would produce the exact same value. And then what follows is sales ratio report for income producing properties. All right, get to your questions. They're good questions. Okay, so first one, year over year, you see it's 114, 112, 111, and it's just going to continue eroding. Your value was closer to market value 8 years ago than it is today, because the value is just falling off to depreciation. What's really happening is economic forces are outrunning the depreciation of a metal building. Your property is not overall depreciating. It's not worth less now than it was 5 years ago. It's not worth less, especially not worth less dollars now. So all of our metal buildings and warehouses need to be reappraised. The P Property Tax Assistance Division is one of the areas that we struggled with whenever they came and studied our values. There's a lot of ways to do it. The most maintenanceable and realistic way, and the way you get the best data, is to do them on an income approach. I understand this isn't commercial, but you could do an income approach on it. As far as comparable sales, no, the sales ratio report is not good comps for your property. That sales ratio report was just, is the income approach working for stuff that's being bought and sold? And by and large, the ones that we moved to income it's working very well. And when they're not on income, we're getting random results. It's not just that we're low, we're all over the place. So the next thing was, are there no comps from sales? No, there weren't before this was noticed, but after the notice date, people have given us the sale prices of stuff in the Lem Storage subdivision. Whether, hey, I bought this 2 years ago, I bought this in 2020, I bought this, and we're really getting sale prices. And it's indicating that the value should be lower. So there's a standing settlement offer for all of the ones that are your size in this storage subdivision for $141,000 change. This is basically $141,000. I think that's really what those places are worth. And really, I think they should be worth more than that. It seems it's a well-kept secret, but people are selling them for $140,000 sometimes. Some people are buying them for like 196 and stuff, but you know, it's surprising to me because there's utilities in them, and like you said, some of them are kind of built out. They could be getting a mint, but it's just sort of tucked away, and it's a nice little community. So I have no problem with the value. I don't think it should be any higher than 140. So just to put that out there. And on this sale, this one in Aransas Pass, it's a condoized boat storage, and they're asking 45. We have like 24, 26 on those because that's really what they're worth. I've never seen one. I think one of them sold for over 40, just one, but most of them sell for under like 28. You should be able to get this thing for 25, not 45. That's very high for what this is. So I wouldn't want to be valued based on that price because that price is extremely high. Because it's just a small little boat storage.
Even
So-
that, it's still-
Yeah. But it's not,
Right.
it's not,
Changed.
I know. It's still Amos.
No, that's it. I hope I didn't do it too fast. Sorry. Trying to get through all the points. here. Good questions.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. You have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Number one, if the unit in Aransas Pass is valued in your mind that much lower, that is certainly considered an income property. And again, why is my unit valued so much higher as an income property? Number one. Number two, the 140,000 still most likely has to do with the improvements inside those properties that it sold. And my property doesn't have those. And so I question again, why is it such an exorbitant jump in my value when my property doesn't have improvements inside it? And yes, it is a well-kept secret. And that's because they're not rented out. And again, I protest the number being classed with those sales that are much more improved than mine. That's all.
Yeah, we're just doing a mass appraisal of Aransas County. We're not doing a fee appraisal, 30,000 fee appraisal. When homes sell, some sell high and some sell low. We're not assuming that that's because some people are dumb and some people are smart. It's because there's differences in property. Our job is to reach a median. And there's probably a lot of variety in that subdivision. If you are on the bottom end of the distribution, you would benefit, obviously, from more transparency from the property owners. But if you're at the top end of the distribution, you would not. So until the day comes that everybody wants to tell us everything about everything all the time, you're just gonna be at the median. It's just gonna happen. Like I said, one of them sold for a lot, but probably did have a lot of nice stuff in it. And I don't know what time we're in. I don't want to go over it.
Okay. Yeah, I put 2 minutes in and he actually had 4, so
No,
he's got time. Anything else?
I've presented my case.
Amy, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal. Need it? Okay, let's go to closing. So any final thoughts? You?
I ask for your help.
Okay. Okay, Eamon, anything?
no.
Okay, so it's our time.
I have a question on square footage.
Yeah, looking at the property card, I did too.
Yeah, I got a little confused here. You indicated, I think 1,600 square feet.
That's-
Okay, the property card has one main area at 1,600, concrete area at 2,400, And
That
another,
has to do with the concrete apron.
that in front,
Yes, sir.
And then the 800 main area, which is.
and then another MA, another main area at 800, which gets us to the 2400, but it's not undercover or anything, is it?
And there is no concrete surrounding the building on the backside or on the sides.
Mm-hmm.
That's dirt covered with gravel.
Oh, I see what I'm looking at. The property card has a 3SS meaning.
Yeah.
What's that
Yeah.
mean?
It would indicate a structure of some kind.
800 extra square feet.
What does the inside of your building look like? Is it all one open area? Is there a separate room that's air conditioned or anything?
It's all one open area, and inside, there's one area that is portioned off that has a commode and a sink. But there is no other concrete and there is no other structure other
Right.
than the full front portion that goes the whole length of that development.
It seems to me that second 800 square foot MA is incorrect.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I was, yeah, there's a second entry in the property card which describes a main area. It's like a structure or an enclosed area of 800 square feet that looks like it may be incorrect. It should, I'm thinking it shouldn't be there.
It doesn't sound like it. Yeah.
There's no reason for it to be there anymore. It doesn't, like if this was a new property, it wouldn't need to be drawn this way. This is part of the reason why doing these types of buildings on an income approach instead of a cost approach is more maintenanceable. Why this appraiser decided to put some 800 square foot as 3SS, there's a million ways he could have done that.
Well, you say a million ways, it's wrong.
Yeah,
There's no way to do it. It just shouldn't be there.
Well,
I'm looking at the sketch.
Well, when you're doing a cost valuation, you do have to account for the fact that there's fixtures and things inside, like a barn dominium, right? You have a whole house inside a metal building. You can build whatever you want inside a barn dominium. So how you do
This-
that?
This accounts for over half the value.
Yeah.
Well,
$50,000 in the 800 square feet that doesn't exist.
right, well, but that's not, it's not being used to generate value anymore. That's what I'm saying.
It sure seems to be.
It is the main area count, the 2,400 square feet is the exterior dimensions of this building.
I don't think so, not based on Mr. Gilbert's
Jack, can you
testimony.
verify that this building is 60 feet long and 40 feet wide?
I'm sorry,
Is the building 60 feet long and 40 feet wide?
I don't think it is. I think it's 40 by 40.
Okay.
And there hasn't been a second building. on
It's
that.
40 by 40, but then it's got a part that's
No,
40 by
I
20.
mean, on Pickville.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the picto doesn't seem to indicate a square building, but
Well,
They're all the same.
I haven't gone out there and measured. I'd be happy to, but
We can
one of your
measure,
representatives.
we can measure it. Hold on.
But it's not two buildings, it's one building.
mhm.
And, point out, it doesn't, an income valuation of this building is real property. It doesn't matter what's in it. As far as you got a boat in there, you got papers in it, or you built a little man cave in it. As long as it's not,
60?
Mhm.
Okay. Picto shows it as 40 by 60.
Okay. I stand corrected. I have not measured it.
yeah, I wouldn't section that off as like office space or something, or give it like a different price per square foot, because it's so modular. You can just take it out. Someone else could buy it and do whatever they wanted to it.
But
This is just a
the-
warehouse,
the
just big
rate-
square, big
the rate is
rectangular
different.
building.
Yeah,
It's almost twice.
yeah, right.
Okay.
Okay, so
I didn't know
as
there
a,
was a-
can we see what the effect is of changing that second MA either increase the first MA to 2,400 and get rid of the second one, or change the second MA to a warehouse G and a 3514 rate.
It's not gonna change anything.
What?
It's literally gonna make no change, because both of them, a 3SS and the WHSG minus, are both main areas. So
But
then
one of them has a unit price of 3514 and the other one has a unit price of 6559.
right, but if this is being valued on, it's not calculated on cost. It's an appraisal value method of income.
Well,
So the only thing that,
I understand what you're saying there, Damon.
Uh-huh.
I'm looking at the 104,570 and the potential decrease in that second MA from 47,620 to something else, something lower, based on the rate of 3514. And I'm guessing it's going to go down to probably 2024 maybe, or something.
the property's still gonna be at 180.
And that's because you keep wanting to do it on income, and I'm just trying to come up with a different number than based on income. Okay?
Oh, you wanna know what the cost value would be?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I'm sorry, should
Oh.
have led with that.
I would say we probably just do it on a calculator, because then I'd have to change
Okay, you're
the
right.
value of stuff in the computer and turn it back to cost.
Okay,
So there's no neighborhood adjustment, so that makes it a little easier.
just take the 3514 times 800 square feet.
Okay, that'd be 84,336 for just the building.
That's both
It's
MAs?
both MA
Oh.
84.
plus the concrete, which is 4,460. So improvements would be 88,796.
Plus 5310 for electric.
Wait a minute, you did the value, you got the value to 88,796,
Yeah,
but you've got to take the adjustment of 0.93.
okay. 82,580. This isn't adding up. This is. I mean, maybe we may correct something on the card here, but this is lowering the value. And it's the reason that they're doing it for the income approach.
That's 84. And it's 93% plus 46. Two, 8, 0
And in land,
plus 53.
5210, 87,896.
Yes, 87,890.
Okay,
And that's way
and
different.
that's way different from the 141, 180 that we.
Well, my problem is
My problem is it's
Less than last year.
it's a big old open toy box
Yeah.
with only electricity and maybe a little water.
but it's less than, that comes out
111.
less than last year, and I don't believe that.
Say it again.
Our calculation comes out less than last year,
Yeah, that's
and I don't believe that.
So I would go back to
last year.
Huh?
111,000,
Yeah, not below that.
right.
111,000. That's the right number.
You would be
I won't-
equitable with others at 141, 180.
Yeah, let me check.
The other
30
ones,
seconds.
give us some time. The 141 yesterday included a whole bunch of insulation. Yeah, fourth on air conditioners, rates on air conditioners, whatever.
Okay, fair enough.
It went into a whole lot more stuff.
Gary,
This is, and I can commiserate 100%. This is Christmas story.
wait a
Yeah,
minute.
okay.
Wait a minute.
He had a question.
He had a- I'm gonna give him time.
I asked in my protest for a valuation of 116, I think is what I asked for.
Okay,
That's what I would feel that the increase would be warranted for that. But I'll leave it up to you.
Okay.
I can live with that.
I can live with that.
Absolutely.
All right, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1441, account 58521. When considering both incorrect appraised market value and appraised Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal for the equity value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $188,240 to $116,000.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Do we need, does that other MA need to get fixed in there?
They'll
Okay,
fix,
Mr. Gilbert.
they'll fix it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate your help. Thank you all very much. And I know you have a tough job. And I thank you for being here for us.
Thanks.
Take care.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next we have two cases, 1726 and 1728. Patricia Martin is here. And she did turn in evidence for one account, but not the other.
Okay.
Are you okay?
We ain't getting out of this neighborhood.
Just
My
go for it.
goodness. Woo.
And we did this.
Uh-huh.
Patty.
Okay.
Patricia Martin.
Good morning.
Good.
Good morning.
Patricia,
Pretty good. How about Cindy?
That's the same.
Yeah, that's good, I guess.
Patricia,
Yes.
we have some administrative to go through before we get started.
Okay,
As I go through it, I'll have a few questions along the way.
okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 1726, account 63004. Oh, and,
And 1728.
okay, there are two accounts, so we'll do both of them. But first with 1726, account 63004. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, appraised market value.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We're the four of us on the appraisal review board. Eamon represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It also will contain instructions and information about how you can appeal if you don't agree with us.
Okay.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. This affidavit covers case number 2021-1726 and 2021-1728. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F. And this pertains to case IDs 1726 and 1728.
In reference to cases 1726 and 1728, I feel that and solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax ID tax code 4166F.
Yeah, that crisis.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F pertaining to case ID 2021-1726 and -1728.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Okay. I, Patricia Martin, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct concerning property 1726 and 1728.
Thank you.
All right, I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct for account 1726 and 1728, cases 1726.
Patricia, I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
I do not.
Okay. Under your papers, there is a page that shows the procedure we'll be following throughout the hearing. You get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
Who's Eamon?
Me.
Okay. You can speak first.
Okay, this account is 63004. It is a little warehouse building in the land storage subdivision. Last year, it was certified at 101,660. This year it was noticed at 188,240. Deja vu here. I was given a warehouse. We just heard one.
Okay.
The warehouse was given a value of the using market rent at $8 a foot, which is normal for Aransas County. In the interim period between notice and now, people have given us both leases in Fulton outlots and sales in land storage subdivision. And so there is a standing settlement offer on all of these that are your size for 141,000 and change. So it shouldn't be any higher than 141,000, whatever, 141,000. One of them is bigger than the others, but other than that, that's working. I will point out that yours was 101, and you know, there's ones right next to you that were like 120, and it's just really, it's inequitable to have them all just depreciating at different rates and different. It's very weird because there's so much uniformity in here. They should all just be the same price unless there's some tangible evidence why they're not. The sales ratio report is for income producing properties, for income valued properties, sorry, that are, and it shows a sales ratio of 1.01. These aren't warehouses, they're other things. It's just to show that the stuff that we're valuing on income is reflecting market value pretty well. I understand this is not a commercial property. You don't have a lease, right? You know, you're not leasing it to anybody.
No.
I don't think anybody in this whole subdivision is. But it's just an approach to value. And we could have done this neighborhood alone on sales comparison if people had told us what they had paid before they got reevaluated. That's a lot of hypotheticals, but the number would be about the same. 140, based on what people are really buying this for. Just if you're curious, that's where my settlement offer comes from. That's all.
Okay. So Patricia, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask him questions,
Okay,
and then 5 minutes for your presentation.
okay, I don't have a whole lot. Only thing I would say is we have nothing built inside of ours besides a bathroom that is nasty because it's all on water well and it's black and it stinks. But we do not have any office or air conditioned space or apartments like a bunch of them do.
Okay. Yeah, and I think the ones that do have build out in them, little apartments and stuff, are probably worth more than there's some of them that sell kind of high, but until people decide to go with their doors and show it later is worth more.
Okay,
We're gonna miss those.
okay,
Just doing a massive race.
okay. Well, I don't really, I mean, if we're gonna settle at 141, I mean, I don't want it to be that high, but it might sell for that. And we are planning to sell it if we can ever get it cleaned out. Okay, that's fine.
So, Patricia, are you saying you're okay with the 141?
Yes.
Okay. Eamon? You done?
That's sorry.
Okay.
So if you're okay with that, then 41 even. Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1726. Account number 63004. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move we lower the 2021 assessed value of this property from $188,240 to $141,000 even.
All in favor?
Aye.
Case closed. Opening case number 1728. Account 8818675. Everyone was already sworn in. So all we need to know is who goes first.
I'll let Amos go first.
Okay.
All
5
right.
minutes.
So this is 8818675. Its market value in 2020 was 159,370. And its notice value is 235,290. It is 3,000 square feet. It is a little warehouse building by the Fulton Fire Department. And it's got a concrete slab and it's a warehouse building. There's a couple of them in a little road. This is the same thing. This is just $8 a foot, just a warehouse in Aransas County. I will point out, this is actually in the same economic area as Lem Storage subdivision, so the same story, the exact same area there. Some of these do have leases out here. And between the sales in down here, all of Fulton outlets, so north 3036 and west of 35, we have warehouse sale prices. We have people's leases, we have insurances. They're all pointing towards the same thing. That's where the settlement offer came from. So if this doesn't have a settlement offer in here, it should. It should. So this thing. This shouldn't be any higher than 176.
That's at the $6 a foot.
Yes.
rent rate.
So, and I understand that like, that's it's just a means to an end, right? Like you could maybe be leasing this for $4 a foot, but it's not insured. Or you could be leasing it for $8 a foot, but you mow the grass and pay the electric. Like there's a lot of things that could be going on, and it could be owner occupied. You could sell it because somebody's in love with it. It's next to their house. It's just a way of getting some approach to value. I think you probably sell it for more than 176, but that's okay. Like, our market is accelerating. I'm not trying to anticipate anything here. I think 176 is the highest it should be.
Okay.
Is this bigger than,
Yes,
this is bigger than the one next to it?
Well, there's two.
No, the one next to it is the same size.
it's bigger than the previous one that we just saw.
I'm not worried about that. I'm talking about building.
Yeah, looking at the building.
407.
Appears to be.
It looks to be slightly bigger, but
Same with me.
Well,
Okay,
these
maybe
two that sit next to each other are like mirror images.
401 and 405 are.
Yeah.
We built them together.
Yeah, they're the same size.
Okay.
Same size as 407?
Yes.
Okay.
Amy still has 2 minutes. but
Oh, no.
You done? Okay.
Same value.
So Patricia, you have, once again, 2 minutes to ask questions and then set 5 minutes for your presentation. Give you 7 minutes.
she's okay with this.
Yeah, let me ask that. Are you okay with 176?
Well, I mean, I would like it to be less. I mean, 5 years ago, it was 106.
Yeah.
And
I agree.
we don't lease it out. It's just a storage building. And, when we had that 20-inch rain, we got like 2 foot of water in it that damaged a lot of things. Hurricane Harvey hit, blew all the doors out, and the whole interior of it is all rusted. It's a metal building, so all the steel beams are all rusted. It's not an insulated building. A lot of the buildings have insulation in them.
Okay.
And it's not leased. And then, you know, after Harvey, we had to replace some of the panels so they don't match, but I mean, I don't know that we could sell it for 176. I mean, possibly, it just depends if you got people coming in from California to buy or where they're coming from. It's like people with a lot of money coming in and buying things up and making our everything go up in Rockport. Kind of pricing people out.
Anything else on the inside, a subroom, air conditioned space, anything like that?
We do have a small air conditioned space in the back that we just put our fishing poles in.
Approximately how big is that?
Maybe 20 foot by 8 or 10 foot.
Okay.
Of course, half the time the air conditioner doesn't work. But
There's only one document with 4 pictures in it.
it's just the flood,
Yeah.
how much water got up in it.
Okay,
That
the
was
flood
the
occurred
issue.
after January 1st,
Yes.
so that doesn't really enter into this discussion.
Well,
Harvey damage would.
okay. Never thought it would flood there.
Okay.
So
Anything
that's
else?
basically it, just, I mean, I'd love for it to be longer.
Okay.
Is anything in these pictures Harvey damage?
No, I mean, I didn't take pictures of all the rust, but it did blow out all the doors, and so the whole interior got blown away. I mean,
But that was all repaired or fixed by January 1st?
the doors were all
Doors.
replaced and the panels, but I mean, the rust is
Right.
nothing you can
But
do
the doors and the panels were replaced before
Yes.
January 1st.
this year, yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. So Eamon, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross if you need it. Okay. You have then Patricia 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
Okay.
2 minutes. If
Oh,
you
for
need
me,
it. Yeah, if you
I
need
thought
it.
he was gonna say, no, I don't need it.
Okay, all right. Any closing? No, Eamon? Okay. Any final thoughts for you for closing?
I'm hoping y'all can get it down a little bit more.
Okay.
117.
How did you get there?
Because the one next to it that we heard just a few minutes ago, the district said 117, it takes into consideration
That's not-
framed out room.
It's different
place.
place.
407 North 10th.
Yeah, this,
Oh.
407 North 10th, we heard first case this morning.
that was,
Case number 175, it's 405, sorry, 407 North 10th. This is 405 North 10th.
The
It's
first
next
one,
door.
It's 60980 is the PID that we heard this morning.
the first one was at Larry Pierce's storage car area.
Oh, I see. He means the first one up the top. Not your first. one.
First
Oh,
docket.
Which is this
The
one with the
first one.
truck, no. One with the truck is the first one we heard this morning.
So that's smaller, looks like a
Well,
smaller.
that was what I asked to begin with, and everybody said,
Oh,
no,
okay.
it's the same.
we were looking at this one.
She
This is the
said
other- the
four
other
oh
side.
seven was the same size building, it's just set back, so.
Yeah, and we were,
I'm
We
sorry,
were
the
focused on the
one,
other
the
one.
same one on the same, in the same fence, they're both the same size, value the
that's
same.
what I was looking at.
Okay, 407 is smaller.
Oh, definitely, yes.
Yeah, so we,
Never mind.
I don't know if we could use them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
apparently,
because-
apparently, my
Yeah.
question was
Because
correct.
407, they said.
I did
she
say
said it was the
407
same
this morning.
size.
I
Sorry,
did say
I-
ask 407 this morning.
I was on the same page, y'all, as the one right next door. Sorry.
401.
I think I could add a little bit for that air conditioned room, but good at 176.
Yeah, the RV damage has been repaired.
Been repaired, yeah.
The flood doesn't count.
This year.
Yeah. Talk about 16K. Yeah, I'm okay with 176.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was gonna go with you.
So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1728, account number 8818675. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $235,290 down to $176,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Patricia. We're done.
Thank you. Appreciate y'all's time. Can I get your phone number so I can check on Cindy?
Absolutely. 254-718. Do you want Cindy's phone number?
It doesn't matter. I know you are better than know Cindy. But I don't want-
5666 is mine. Or 1778.
Okay. I just think about y'all and wonder how she's doing.
Charging ahead.
Good. Thank y'all and have a good day.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you.
Opportunity for a short recess.
Okay,
We got more?
yes, we have two more on the 8:30 dot. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, thank you.
We'll be right back.
Sure.
Oh,
What's the next one?
go back to that.
Oh my.
More of that subject.
Is it really?
happy about that, Jackie?
No.
A lot of it, it'll pop up like that. Part of it has to do with,
1497.
It's giving me heart palpitations, kind of like the labor of love.
yeah, part of it is like when we're triaging which protests we deal with 2 months ago. You gotta go, okay, I got this giant stack, where do I start? Do you do it in alphabetical order? Do you do it, how do you do it? And typically, the ones that request evidence get done first, because there's a longest lead time on their scheduling. And if they reschedule, we're not trying to keep you guys here until October. And then the next one is highest value, lowest value, because we're trying to hit 95% critical mass by July 20th. And so that tends to happen. And whenever there's a property that is either really uniform in value or something like that, or if we're sorting by geo within a category, they'll just all clump up together. So it'll be like, we're hearing Lem's stuff a lot these 3 days. Well, there was 3 days where I was just making Lem evidence packets.
Yeah.
Or making Lem phone calls or whatever, it's just, it does happen like that. It's not a coincidence. It's because of how stuff gets
It
sorted.
grates on me because I had a chance to buy one for $70,000 and well, this was 15 years ago, but it
That's
was,
less than Larry was on.
it was Tech's project, and he had a finished out artist studio because he called himself a painter. It was really Jesus Morales's biggest benefactor. He was just getting started.
Oh, okay.
And Tex was this crazy wealthy guy that lived. He had a house across the street from me, but he also had this massive house at the country club that supposedly has a bowling alley in the basement of it.
And I wish I always wanted to
I've
see that.
always
house
heard that
down here.
story.
I've never seen it.
I don't know which one it is,
That would be it. That'd be it.
but yeah, he
We
built
see
it.
weird things. in
Difficult.
He built
people's-
it with a bowling alley in the basement, and but he died.
How much is your underground bowling alley worth? Does anybody want an underground bowling alley? I don't know.
It'd be like a dog bone shaped swimming pool, so you can kayak back and forth. It's
Right,
like, what's
right.
that word?
It's a weird thing.
I can't say that.
Oh, really?
Stupid thing, like, yeah, they call it from this weird doctor.
Hazardous waste, hazardous waste.
Yeah, really.
I
But
learned to
but,
kayak out
you
here.
know, always hit myself for not buying that stupid thing.
Yeah. Has been doing this probably.
Didn't even bleed.
I learned to kayak out here in the bays And I had a 14-foot kayak. No rudder, no skeg, no nothing. So I was just learning the hard way. And then I remember going to Austin.
Oh, yeah.
We rented some kayaks and on that river.
And they're sitting down in.
Oh my gosh, it's so easy because it's so flat. There's no waves, there's no nothing. I can only imagine what it's like in a pool.
$14.97.
Grab some coffee.
Stephen Grigg. I actually have an affidavit on the 830 also, but if I had to guess, we might end up hearing it later today.
So we have 100% attendance today.
One no show.
Okay.
Jeanette.
Is there 1497, is there any evidence?
Oh, that's not the affidavit?
Because I only have the district evidence.
Ah. Okay, yeah, I see.
Oh, for Mr. Gregg, thank you.
You bet.
Herding cats. People disappear.
Man, I was white out yesterday by the end of the day. I had nightmares last night. I was not resting good. It was, whew,
Same thing. Oh.
I was, yeah, I had flashbacks.
Yes, everyone has to pay for one bathroom.
Okay.
No. And I. You're ready to go whenever you're ready.
So next one is 1597.
1497. Did she get the evidence in?
I hadn't looked again.
Oh, I don't know.
Didn't show it.
I guess I can look. Yes, there's two things of evidence in there.
1497, yeah, okay, well, it hadn't made it to,
55293, I have two things of taxpayer evidence.
Really?
Mhm.
she doesn't look at the same thing we do.
Yeah.
It's been scanned in, I don't know if it's been like
Yeah,
sent.
I think she just needs to move it over.
Barbara scanned it.
Like Jackie, she helped me out.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
You should have it now.
Okay, let's go do it.
All right, I will call in Mr. Craig. Seat in that chair right there. This is Stephen Grigg.
Good morning, Steve.
y'all.
Good.
Stephen, we have some administrative to go through before we get started. Um, Just follow along with me. I'll have some questions for you down toward the end. We're opening a hearing on case ID 1497, account 55293. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q2. Equity value.
Naaman?
Got it.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is the four of us around this table. Eamon represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and email to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. It'll also include instructions and information on how to appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Pardon?
Do we have all of your evidence?
Yes.
That's good, thank you. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
Stephen, I'm obligated to ask you if you have an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir.
Okay, and he does need to swear in.
I do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. Stephen M. Grigg.
Raymond Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Stephen, in front of you, there's a piece of paper under the Mylar there.
Yes, sir.
That is the procedure that we're going to follow throughout the hearing.
Okay.
You have a choice to make. You can go first, or you can have Eamon go first.
I'll go first.
Okay, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. The property that I own is condos that are Garden Lakeside at the end of St. Andrews Street, 302 St. Andrews Street. Comprise 65 condos in there. They're all owner owned. About 35 of them are residents that live there full time. The other 30 are either vacation spots or rentals there. I'm on the board of the homeowners association of the property there, and I have access to any and all communications between the residents there. What I have presented, what I am confused about is I bought this property in 2019, and I paid property taxes on it of $1,486.06. And the next appraisal year of 2020, that property tax went up to $2275.11, and it shows the taxable value at that time on 2019 of $76,000, issuing the property value of 2020 is at $120,000. I paid $120,000 for the property, and it looks like that the only time that the taxing base gets changed is when the property exchanges hands. It's sold to a new person there. I have some evidence here that shows
three other people that live in the complex. I pulled their appraisals on there, and it shows people are paying property taxes on these condos. The difference in square footage on these condos, most of them are 2-bedroom, 2 baths. The square footage is anywhere from 1,050 to 1,080. One is 1,080. We also have a 1-bedroom that's about 900 square feet, or about 800 square feet. And we have a couple of 3-bedrooms that are 2,300 square feet. But out of the 65, probably 58 or 59 of them are 2-bedroom, 2 baths, approximately the same square footage in there. The three examples that I have presented to you for evidence is one owned by Mark Jurisic. He lives at the same address at A105, and it's showing his property value accessed at $86,000 and $70,000 in 2019, and then in 2020 it went up to $86,000. His taxes went up from 2019 $1,367.87 to $1,631.98 in 2020. Okay, so his went up about $250. Mine went up over $700. Mine went up over $500. Same exact square footage on that, exactly the same townhouse right there. Another one is Harold Johnson and his wife Wayna. They live on unit B102. It's exactly the same square footage as mine. It's a 2-bedroom townhouse, 1,080 square feet. And they, 2019, they paid $610 in taxes. And in 2020, they paid $607 in taxes. That is approximately 1/4 of what I'm paying in taxes for that right there. Their appraised value is around $76,000. Another property in there is owned by Anthony Moore Jr. It's unit A202. His appraised value in 2019 was $74,000, and he paid $1,122 in taxes. And in 2020, he's paying $1,071 in taxes. Now, the only difference between the last two that I told you and the first one I told you is those two residents are over 65 and homeowners there, which I did not have that on my title until around the 1st of this year.
Okay, got to stop you there. You'll have more time later. So Amy, you got 2 minutes for cross plus your 5 minutes for presentation.
Okay, this is 55293. It is a condo in Gardens Lakeside in the Country Club. Last year it was certified at $120,700. This year it was noticed at $119,508. Last known sale prices in 2019 was $119,970. An unverified sale price. It says last note was from not this year, but the year prior, so in the 2020 appraisal cycle. Its effective age was increased because of listing photos. There was interior photos. And let's see, sales. It's just equity. It's just equity.
Just
So
equity.
the sales I'll just gloss over that real quick. We're at 119,895, and that's we're right underneath that, and it's not a coincidence. The equity grid is other properties. So let's see what we have here. A105. We have a market value for A105, which is one of the ones you mentioned.
Right.
Their market value is 118,870, not 86,000.
By mature.
Let's go to
86,000, 2019.
Got it. Okay. Well, the equity grid's gonna see if we're appraising your property in some way that's different than the other condos in there. You know, if every other condo is just like yours, 90,000, but for some reason yours is 130, we need to know that. Well, there's a lot of uniformity here. You're at 119, A105 is 118. We've got 127 on G102, it's probably a little bigger. 118, 870 on F103. F102 is 140, so it's probably bigger too. It's gotta be bigger, right? Is that what it is?
You know, what's the deal with the land?
It's the same
Yes.
effective
It's
year.
probably because
too.
two-story, probably because it was sold after mine.
Oh, I don't get it. Yeah,
Two-story.
Whenever,
They both two-story.
because all the ones that sold after mine have gone up. Especially during this 2020, 2021.
well, the way that this, our appraisal, our CAMA software calculates these values is they get measured and then they're described and the values are adjusted reactively to sales. That's how appraisal works. We're not trying to anticipate what a buyer and seller may be doing hypothetically. We wait until there's transactions that tell us what the market is really doing. So yeah, you're gonna see changes after transactions take place. That's normal. But it's gonna affect the entire complex. Why is F102 140,000? That's not what. Doesn't look like it should be.
Looks like it has exactly the same stuff.
It looks exactly the same.
Yeah, the other thing that's confusing, well, it's not our time yet.
Maybe it's,
The land is very different and
The land.
is it how it's
all of the
situated
complexes
maybe?
are exactly the same.
Yeah.
Okay, they're exactly the same.
Ah.
They're on the same property. They're not, they have all the same amenities.
Is the F building facing the fairway?
Yes.
That's what it is.
Gotta be.
It's situation. Yeah, so we're seeing high sales there and we don't want to put fairway prices on stuff that's not on the fairway. So the stuff that does sell for more is more, the stuff that sells for less is less. So as far as what
If they're
people,
not on the fairway, they're facing a pool.
the F building,
No, I said if they're not on the fair, if the buildings are not on the fairway, all of them face a pool.
oh, okay. Is that, you think that's good or bad?
Depends on the day.
It faces, it faces the court's argument.
Yeah, yeah. I was just, we were trying to figure out why there's one in the F building is so drastically more than the others without being described differently, but it's how it's situated. That's what's making the difference. It's kind of like, you know, it's a view, that's all it is. As far as what people are being assessed, the people who were at 610 last year and 607 the year after, they've just been frozen for a long time. Those people have been frozen since forever ago. And until they do something that is of better quality and or bigger square footage, their tax bill is what's frozen, not their value. So their value will scale with market increases as they appreciate over time. Their bill stays frozen forever. The point being somebody who is on fixed retirement income can budget out for their taxes, and as long as they don't improve their situation, their taxes are taken care of indefinitely. They've just been frozen longer than you. That'll be you, given enough years. People are gonna be like, why is this guy frozen since 2021? Well, because that's how the tax code works. It's assessment. We don't do the assessment part here. We do handle exemptions, but the tax office calculates the assessments. We just do market value. So as long as, you know, your market value is what your tax rates and exemptions get applied to. So
So if we have another unit that faces the fairway and he's paying less taxes than me, then that's normal.
yeah, if his
See, I just
exemptions
don't
were,
understand it when you're in a complex, you know, if you're individual homes, I can understand the difference because they're different and they're in different properties.
right,
And things are different. Where when you're in a condo complex or apartment complex, whatever you want to call them, and it's all exactly within normal, the same, why would you appraise one at different than you would appraise the other?
so
And why is one person paying taxes different than other than exemptions. Now, I understand the
Right.
exemptions, okay? But other than exemptions, why is one person paying $500 more than another person? Or even
So which one was, that was,
if you go to
B102, right?
A105, which is not, doesn't have homestead and doesn't have, it's not over 65.
Yep.
And that property, they're paying $1,600 a month a year in taxes in 2020, where mine went up to $2,200. And it overlooks a fairway.
I don't know why, I don't know, it doesn't seem to scale with, the difference in your market value between you two is less than $1,000. So,
And they're on the fairway, mine not.
right,
And you
but,
said that one on the fairway is more expensive.
So he doesn't have a homestead exemption yet.
I don't have,
Yeah, that's why he's paying.
And if you're doing, are you going off the estimated tax off that one sheet of paper that they're doing away with? Because
the notice you got
because
this
the
spring.
notice, and it says estimated taxes are gonna be,
no, I'm looking at the report from your website.
Well, where are you getting the amounts of like what their taxes were in this year or that year?
From the website.
Okay, so the historical amounts are gonna be accurate, but the one for 2021 is not. The one for 2021 is a projection.
For 2021, and none of them show 2021
Good.
taxes on these reports yet.
Got it. Okay, well, the difference is gonna,
I'm only asking about, hey, why did mine go up about $700 or $800 more than a similar unit? That's the same thing.
I'm willing to bet the difference between your bill and his bill is $470. And it's because, or around there. That is what the $25,000 homestead exemption saves you on your tax bill.
But I don't have homestead yet.
That's what I'm
Until
saying.
2021.
You will, your neighbor does, that's why his taxes are low.
This one doesn't.
It
Does not
doesn't,
have
Amen.
homestead
Okay,
because they live in Nevada.
so well,
Let me look, hold on, he's talking about,
this is a great question for the tax office. I mean, we're within $1,000, they should be basically the same. All
Because
things.
I used to rent from him.
1691. Hold on, Amen, let me look
His
at
mother
something.
lives in the property.
Yeah, Jackie, it's 552.
I got it, I'm gonna look at this, I'm looking at 2020 notices, correct?
Never looked at
Sure.
fairway.
Don't look at their notices. You can't, can you look at their bills?
No, I cannot.
Well, we're chasing
Didn't show
rabbits.
any exemptions on this thing.
We're chasing rabbits. We've got,
It's really, we need to get into his 4 minutes. So I'm gonna give you got 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for, and so I'm gonna go ahead and start the clock.
Oh, well, I can
Keep
tell
answering
you
these questions.
something in 2020. Hold on 1 second. I think I just found it. Oh, hold on. 2020. And then they were only assessed at 86,000 in 2020. That's why their taxes are so much lower. He was assessed at 120,700.
Exactly the
This
same.
year, okay.
Exactly the same square footage.
Well, no, but
Exactly.
yeah, I don't know why, but
And
their
every
assessed
one of
value is
these-
way different.
why was there a?
I don't know, I figure- Both are the same.
Okay,
Harvey damage,
gotta be. It's gotta be something like that right here.
based on Harvey damage from the prior year.
Let's
Haven't-
see.
haven't seen-
Is there a protest for 2020 on that?
No, there's,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, I just thought maybe it was different because of that, but
Questionnaire.
Every one of these buildings has been remodeled.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, like I said,
I'm on the board. I know exactly what goes on, and I know which ones haven't been, there's only one or two that haven't been remodeled. And their owner doesn't want to.
yeah, sure.
That's,
Let me see if I understand this conversation. What's gonna happen is the A105 is gonna come up. I mean, it's
From our end, they look almost identical.
almost identical.
Yeah.
For this year.
effective years, for some reason.
Well, but the effective age for 2021 on both of these is identical.
Okay, well, the effective
So,
years in twenty
Yes, for
twenty
the
was,
year that we're dealing with,
2020, okay,
they're the same.
okay. So,
it
let's
just,
see if I can summarize this. It appears that yes, there was discrepancies in the past, but this year, everybody should come up to not exact, at least a number that's in an arrow band. And that's for the tax paid as well as the equity value. So, but tax questions need to be taken up with the tax assessor collector's office. We only deal with the appraised value in here.
I understand where you're going there, you know. I have a real problem when you have these units like this that are all the same, virtually all the same. They have been repaired all the same, and the value of them is different, you know, in 2020 versus what mine is, okay? Or the assessed value is different, you know, than
Well,
mine,
The
you know, and
the value,
the reason. and I
Between
think
you
the
and
reason
A-
being is
A-
because mine is just bought in 19 and theirs was bought before that.
But we're 2020 was last year. This year we're in 2021, and they're all very uniform this year. One thing you can tell whenever your property is for sale is the condition of the property, because it's described in the listing. So if there is a question of how done are these things, we at least know this one for sale is in this condition because we've seen it. And then the other property owners may come in and say, hey, we're not done. Just because Bob's is done, doesn't mean mine's done. He put his up for sale because he's finished and mine's still torn up. So we have to figure out which way to err. And we try to err in the side of the property owner's favor, give them the benefit of the doubt. But as of this year, we're assuming that they're all done, updated, very uniform, effective age 2006. It's pretty tight. The only differences are gonna be situation. You know, which ones are on the fair range.
So what can you do to help me in 2020?
And there's nothing I can do for 2020. This hearing room only has jurisdiction over
I
2020.
just take that money and throw it out the window.
Well, the only way it would change is if it
Or do I
was,
go around to everybody else and get money from all the other residents? Say, look, you.
you can ask,
You
can ask.
How's that gonna happen?
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I need some help. You know.
2020,
when I
we can't deal with 2020.
When 2020 is over,
Over.
okay, so I just have to take it.
So what happened with 2020 conceptually from your end, the money that you paid went to schools and police and roads and boats, and they spent it, and it's gone. Like, it's gone, it doesn't exist anymore. They spent it, they paid teachers, they paid cops, they bought things. If you were to adjust your value from last year, they have to give you a refund. They have to take money out of this year's budget that they'll be using to pay teachers and cops and stuff, and give you money back.
What am I here for?
So, well, the thing is,
2021.
there's a
2021.
matter of degrees
Is there confusion
where the taxing units will say, we will give you a refund if the discrepancy is really severe, off by more than a third, and there's good cause for doing it, you know, pay taxes on a house that doesn't exist anymore, that kind of thing.
Right.
But other than that, it's in the past. It's a matter of law. It's not us. So,
So,
He's got 1 minute, and it's 2 minutes
can't-
for rebuttal.
You can't go back and get money from something that's already been done.
dust in the wind, dust in the wind. Even if we correct years past, there's not gonna be a refund unless it's severe. It's not up to us. Basically, the school's telling you, no, we're not gonna give it back, we're just gonna take the fee out.
Right. That's not the way the IRS works.
I think the IRS makes it up as they go.
I'll agree to that.
Okay, anything else?
I don't, I have a leg to stand on.
Well, unfortunately not, but with the timing here,
I wish you'd have told me that, you know, before I spent an hour, about 5 hours of my time,
you know.
Hopefully it's a little more clear.
Well,
We don't know about your case until you walk in the door.
well, I know, but nobody told me that I couldn't, dispute. I came in here to dispute that tax bill, okay, for 2020. Okay, I didn't come here to dispute 2021, because I've already taken care of 2021. Because I should be good on that. Because somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do, but that's my fault. Okay, I'll take responsibility. I'm 70 years old and I can take my responsibility pretty good. If I haven't learned by now, I'll never learn, right?
Okay, so I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-1497, account 55293. When considering Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $119,580.
In favor? Aye. Okay, Stephen.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
done.
Reed.
Thank you.
All right, we still have one in person for the 8:30 docket. There is an affidavit also on the 8:30 docket, but I would recommend that we do that later because we have a full 10 o'clock docket also ready to roll. So this is case 368. 8:30 docket. It's gonna be Eric Kramer. Yes.
Page one, middle page one.
Page one. We're going backwards.
Yeah, I should say. Time warp.
Ready for me to call him in?
Yep.
All right.
I did this.
You'll be sitting in that chair right over there.
Hello, everybody. How are y'all doing?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good.
This is Eric Kramer.
Eric, we have some administrivia to take care of before we get started.
Take your time.
If
Do
you
what you gotta do.
follow along with us,
Sure.
I'll have some questions when I get down toward the end.
Yes, sir.
We're opening hearing on case ID 368, count number 64256. Hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, Q2, and Q5. And under Q5, it's the total number of trailer pad hookups is incorrect on the property
Okay.
card.
Got that, Amy?
Yes, do.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The review board is the four of us around this table. Amy represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. The survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to pcad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. Survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created with our determination of value. We'll also have instructions and information on how you can appeal if you don't agree.
Yes, sir.
In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Thank you. I, Eric Kramer, do solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Eric, do you hold a appraiser's license in the state of Texas?
I do not.
Okay. Do you have on that document, the page that's under the Mylar, where the pen is on your table? Those are the procedure, that's the procedure we'll be following throughout the hearing. And you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
I'll go ahead and go first. It's just miss, I guess, for the records. It's actually, I bought it as a 24 unit park. I think the records indicate that it says 30 on y'all's end, but there's actually only 21 working sites. So some of the sites that are numbered as sites are actually just junction boxes moving wires down. So it's actually working sites is only 21. So, and that's really, I don't dispute anything else about it, just the numbers is really all that's going on.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
All right. So you'll have more time later to ask
Sure,
questions
sure.
if you need to.
So did you, what was the conditions of the sale here? Did you buy this like on the market or just buy it from family member or something?
I actually started looking at it right after the hurricane in 2017 and did an owner finance deal and kind of worked up and then got it financed through a bank just very recently.
Okay.
A couple months ago.
Would you be willing to share with us what you paid for this park in 2021?
Yes, I believe it was 182,000. And then that was with closing and everything together.
Had you paid into the purchase years prior? Through
Yes.
Okay, do you know how much of that was?
Offhand, it would be probably, let's see. Probably close to about 40,000 in the 3 years or so.
Okay.
In that ballpark.
That makes sense. Okay. That would be 220.
Yeah.
It's currently 30 sites, right?
It's currently 21 sites.
No, I mean on our. sorry,
Oh, yes,
on
I'm
our-
sorry. Yes, yeah, 30 is what it says on there. Yes.
And so they don't do the number. So the 21 working sites, are they, do they all have septic hookups?
Yes,
But the ones that are junction boxed over don't have septic hookups?
they do not. No.
Okay, yeah. So that's the-
No water, no electric, and no actual septic hookup there.
Okay, so correcting for the discrepancy in the number of sites gets the value to 268,750.
How many sites
21 working sites,
instead of the 30?
yes. But you can just put a note in there that
I
there's
just
21
fixed
sites.
it.
And the-
I will.
We'll have to just, it's already marked, just keep counting. But I'm also gonna offer what he paid for it, which is 222,000. So he paid for it.
Work for you?
Sure, I don't know what that changes as far as numbers go. Any
I mean,
idea?
222,000.
Okay. Down to 222.
Okay, sure, yeah.
So just correcting it would make it 270,
Okay.
but I'm saying it should just be what you paid for it.
I'll-
It's 222.
Sure, I agree with that, definitely.
You okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. So you're gonna take care of the changing of the numbers, Jackie?
I did already, yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-368, account number 64256, when considering incorrect appraised market value, or Q2 appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal or the equity value, and Q5 other, the fact that the number of usable sites is only 21. I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $358,720 to $222,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Okay.
We're done.
Awesome, great. Thanks.
I do appreciate doing this, and ma'am. Now, how do I I've never done this before, but is there like an email or something, or a letter gets sent out? Because I gotta take it to the bank and.
It'll be a snail mail document that comes out of here.
Okay. I do appreciate y'all's time.
Sure.
And have a good one.
All right. there's an affidavit. we can deal with that.
Eamon, you want this on a 1-1 or an 8-1? Or you want me to go ahead and just change
Just
it?
leave a note in there that we corrected it, because every RV park gets recounted. There's no point in having it redone, a bunch of 1-1s just to see to recount RV spaces.
This is going to be a phone hearing. It is case number 846.
On 10
And
o'clock?
this will be on the 10 o'clock docket.
6. We're on page 5.
Ricky Williams.
Page 5.
Ready?
Go ahead.
Hello?
Mr. Williams,
Yes,
this is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
great, Charlie. How are you, sir?
Pretty good. We have some administrivia to go through before we get down to the heart of the matter. If you just follow along with me, I'll have some questions.
Okay.
I'll have some questions when we get down to the end. We're
All right,
opening a
thank
hearing.
you.
We're opening a hearing on case ID 846, account 60979. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, incorrect appraised market value.
Okay. We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today that may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. We have all your evidence, right, Ricky?
Yes, sir.
Okay. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Ricky, I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of this hearing as you signed the affidavit. You understand?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, thank you. Eamon?
Oh, sorry, I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear affirming the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Ricky, I'm obligated to ask if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir, I don't.
Okay, do you have handy the procedures page that shows
sir.
the time? Very good. So you get to choose. Would you like to speak first, or would you like Eamon to speak first for the district?
The district can go first.
Okay, Eamon?
Okay, this is account 60979. Last year it was certified at 159,370. This year it was noticed at 235,290. It is a warehouse, very similar to one we've seen earlier this morning, across from the Fulton Fire Department. It was noticed based on Aransas County warehouse rent, $8 a foot. Subsequent information that we've gotten after notices says that these warrant a change to 176 would be the market value for this one. Not going to belabor the point. We've been over it many times. In the interest of expedience, that's where we're at. I understand, by the way, that this is not leased and it's not necessarily a commercial property. It's just, we're not saying it's commercial. It's not, I think it's even classed as F1. But it's just being valued on an income approach to value. And
Right,
we
right.
think
And
that-
that, and, yeah, and I saw, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to talk. Go ahead.
That's okay. I do think that the notice value is too high for these particular units, that it should be 176. So,
All right. Well, that's acceptable to me.
okay.
Oh, okay,
176?
all right.
I'd
You'll,
rather it be 100, but that's okay.
You're okay with this, right?
Yes, sir.
okay. So I'm gonna make a motion then on case ID 2021-846, account 60979. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $235,290 down to $176,000.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, Ricky, we're done.
Thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Anybody want to talk about the pink highlighted?
No.
I'm shell shocked.
Let them neighbor it.
Bring some.
shit.
Let's whack the button.
When I moved the
Moved it.
printer,
Oh. Oh,
I think when we slide this thing, maybe we should turn this way.
Oh, you know,
I'll
we
just put it
already,
this way, this is not the first time it's ever
Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
happened. And no, I mean, years past, and have you, do you remember we used to do the microphone hanging down with the little recorder and stuff? Did y'all ever go back and have to fetch one of those?
no.
They were unintelligible.
Oh,
They were like
That's
all the old
hearing.
PAX recordings in PAX, you cannot understand anything.
Okay.
So people are like, and then whenever, like, we get these, they're so much. Like, yeah, that's not good, but
Have to make sure when I flip that thing, I turned it more this way, so that
Yeah.
should be better.
what's the catch about? What's the
okay.
problem?
Oh, I thought my earbuds weren't working because I couldn't get audio, but it was in here, so we got it fixed.
Oh,
And we have an in-person next, and then a phone hearing for one person with 2 accounts. And
okay.
that should
Who's
be
the-
it. We can do the affidavit.
Who's the in-person?
Deanna Spruce, it is case 325.
3, 2, 1. There it is.
Penny candy anymore.
Yeah,
No.
sugar?
Hmm?
Sugar?
No, I'm just trying to eat crap.
I'm sure it's 10 on the phone.
Not 100%, but eating.
Your turn.
Exactly. The boat, by the way, that we were talking about earlier, maybe it was last week, we talked about it. It's sitting in the yard,
Oh, yeah,
Fulton yard.
2 years?
It's been there for forever. Nothing wrong with it. It's been there for forever. Some people, I think some people buy sport fishers and they just like working on them constantly. One by my house, there's always somebody working on it. Never goes out. It's like snapper season, you just missed it. It's quick and over. It's quick, go.
Yeah.
You get last flat days, you can go and nobody gets beat up.
No, we had, when we went out a week ago, 2 weeks ago, a week ago, I mean Thursday, but I took off, so it was calm.
Yeah, glass flat, nice. This is the time to go. While the tournaments are going on right now, go.
Yeah. It was a really nice day.
The wind starts howling later. There's another sport fisher in Rockport Harbor. That's not yours. There's another one. There's a second one.
Mine's the one with the seafoam green hull.
No, this one, I think, well, I could be wrong on the whole color, but this one is where the wharf cat used to be.
Yeah. And there's another one that's a smaller one over by the other side of the pavilion where the fish house fell in the water.
Yeah, yeah.
It's blue.
And I thought that was yours for a
No.
long time.
No, I'm on Long Dock too.
Yeah.
I was up against the bulkhead over by the yacht club for a while, but things kept walking off the boat.
It's fixing like too much traffic, foot
Yeah.
traffic, and
Yeah.
there's there's people they'll see no activity going on, and they'll just move in.
Well, it
Sleep
was,
in it.
it was bizarre. The things they took were, I mean, they took a garden hose. They coiled up on the pond. I mean, give me a break. Take a garden hose.
I moved to an apartment in North Richland Hills, and I moved in super late. It was like 1:32 in the morning, moving stuff in, and then I woke up at like 6 o'clock. And I realized, oh my gosh, I don't know why I woke up and realized this. I left a pot, a cooking pot, on the front porch. And somebody took it in the 4 hours that I was asleep. They stole my cooking pot, and I was like, like I cared about it because it was like my mom's pot is a reviewware pot, but porch thieves care about a reviewware pot with no.
Hey, you're right in here. Hello.
Morning.
Good morning, how are you? This is Deanna Spruce. Yes, ma'am.
You could, but
I'm ready.
wherever you want.
Deanna, we're going to have to go through some administrative review before we get down to the meat of the matter.
Okay.
If you just follow along, I have some questions toward the end.
Okay.
We're opening a hearing on case number 325, account 53426.
I'm sure she'll be back.
Okay. And this hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q2 and then Q5, and under Q5, it's Harvey damage.
Okay. We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing your protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. The appraisal review board of the four of us around this table. Eamon represents the district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. At the end of the hearing, you may complete a survey regarding your experience. Survey may be completed using the survey form and emailed to ptad.communications@cpa.texas.gov or online at surveymonkey.com/r/survey-arb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. At the end of this hearing, a document will be created that has our determination of value. It also has instructions and information on how you can appeal if you don't agree with us. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. Do we have all your evidence?
Yes.
Okay.
It was just scanned it in at the front.
Yep. That works. ARB member, usually, the ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing an affidavit to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66.
I do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath.
Me. I, Deanna Spruce, I do solemnly swear or affirm that this testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
Thank you.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you shall present to the appraisal review board of the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct.
I'm obligated to ask you if you have a Texas appraiser's license.
No.
Okay. That document that's sitting on the table there with the Mylar covering on it has the procedure that we'll be following throughout the hearing.
Okay.
And you get to choose whether you speak first or Eamon speaks first for the district.
Okay.
Which would you prefer?
I guess you can speak first. I'm not sure how this goes.
Okay, Eamon?
All right, so this is account 53426. Last year it was certified at 119,979. This year it was noticed at 145,847. It's a single family residential home on Magnolia in Old Rockport. It is a 3 FD plus. It was built in 1958 and has an effective age of 1990. There's a note with no date that says complete in all caps. So I'm assuming that that is a note from a field appraiser saying that hurricane damage was probably appears to be fixed. Let me see if I can find. Anyways, that's probably what that was. Last year. Yeah, so 46 to 66, that's probably, that's land. I don't know what Harvey code this thing had, but I'm assuming that's what that note means. But what's important to note is that we're assuming that this thing is, that there's no extent hurricane damage. So that'll be relevant later. The sales grid is, I know Q1 isn't on there, but I guess it's relevant to Q5. This is comparing the property to other homes in Old Rockport that are small, like 3 and 4 class homes, and what they're selling for. And just a pretty hot little neighborhood, as they say. One sold for $250, 171, 148, 216. The indicated median value for the subject property is $178,024, which is what we would expect it to sell for, and average market conditions was noticed at 166. The equity grid is other properties in Old Rockport that are 3+ class homes, so 3 FP plus and 3 SS pluses. And the median equity value is 168, 140. It's actually it's a little bit, it's a well-established neighborhood, pretty congruent as far as keeping up with the Joneses. It's all kind of about the same. And our sales ratio in Old Rockport, get to the bottom, 98.6, and an average of 98.0, the COD of 7, which means we are 2% low, just across the board. That's an acceptable margin. And then, yeah, I'll just reiterate that that's assuming that the effect of the hurricane is completely. That's it.
Okay. So Deanna, you have 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask him questions, and then you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
For the comps that you pulled, comp number 4 is 139,807. That is probably the closest to my comp, but there really aren't any comps for my house. It's all over the board in that neighborhood. And the 139,807 for 1114 North Magnolia, that lot is a lot bigger. It's 12,326 square feet. And I have like 9,216 square feet. And then the other homes are not comps. They're newer homes. They've been redone. Most of them are newer homes or larger. My taxes have gone up. It went up from 101 in 2019 to 119 in 20 and 145 in 2021. And the market is not stable right now. I think it's just all over the board. And I don't think the comps reflect my exact house. And the hurricane, most of it has been fixed, but I have some big issues. I have foundation issues, which I can't afford to fix. The foundation shifted from the hurricane, so I just let it go. So there's cracks, and it's, I can't afford to do a foundation. And the roof, yes, I did replace the roof, but I had the worst contractor in the history of Rockport, and it leaks, unfortunately. And then the last, well, even if it's not flooding, it leaks into my kitchen and into my garage. And I haven't been able to fix that as well. And then I put photos of some of the water that leaks into the house.
Okay. You'll have more time later if you need.
Okay.
Let me ask a question while it's on the time.
Yes.
The water. So flooded my garage and kitchen. Is that just the recent flood or every time it rains?
It's every time it rains, but this last one was really bad. I had to go buy a shop vac and shop it out of the kitchen. And
Okay.
garage.
And the leaks in the roof, are they leaking into the house
Into the house and garage.
and the garage?
And I think has to do with the garage is a flat roof and the house roof is an angle.
Yep.
So it's right where that pitch is, and I've had many roofers come out and they try to patch it and it never works.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And let me ask a question on your last picture. Which has looks like a bicycle in the upper corner. Is that in the garage?
That is the garage and the laundry room.
And, okay, and the door, which is just cracked, is that just T111 siding kind of door, or is that a good door, or?
That's the back door
Uh-huh,
of the
okay,
garage.
okay, thanks.
Yes. Oh, no, that door is to the laundry room.
Okay.
Are you talking about this white door right here? Yeah,
Yes,
that's to the laundry room.
Is the water that regularly comes in to your living space, isn't that causing damage to the sheet rock?
It is, and I had it replaced once. I can't get the roof fixed. I've had 4 roofers, so I don't know. It's gonna have to be a whole new roof, start over kind of
Right.
thing.
So
And
what are you doing to manage like mold growth or something?
I clean it a lot. I put a lot of Clorox and
Just keep up with it every
yeah,
time it leaks?
Yeah, just quick. Yeah, and like I said, now I have a shop vac and I'm ready for the next water that comes.
Okay, you get the sump
And I have
for the
fans
garage, yeah.
going everywhere and shop vac. So,
I would just add that's not normal depreciation.
So, let's see,
And it's
back
dark.
to
and
Amy
it
now.
started, so, yeah, okay, you done, okay. You don't need your, okay, so you have 2 minutes if you need it for rebuttal, or tell us anything else that you have told us.
I think that's basically it. I still haven't recovered from Harvey. I'm hanging on by the edge.
What do you think the house is worth?
Huh?
What do you think it's worth?
I'd say where it's at, the 120 where we left at. Because I
Right.
haven't done anything since then
Okay.
to remediate the issues.
Got it.
So we'll go to closing. Eamon, you got a minute if you need it,
Don't need it.
okay? Anything else?
No, thank you very much.
Okay,
Well,
roll all the way back, or?
Yeah.
Yes.
all of that.
Okay. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion in case ID 2021-325. When considering incorrect appraised Q2, appraisal ratio exceeds the median level of appraisal, the equity value. Q5, prior damage from Harvey, that we reduce the 2021 assessed value from 166,140 back to last year's 125,430.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
We're done.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was nerve wracking. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Sure.
What do you do with pathways?
I work for the county, and I do a lot of pathways, clean up all parks. So I'm always looking for volunteers. Who want to get outside and garden and help me.
White kids and I are always in all stuff.
Yeah, and we can get like, and for kids, I have, the kids come out and I give them, credit for community service hours. Sometimes they need it for school, or sometimes it's just good to have, you
Kids
know,
are homeschooled, but yeah.
well, they can have fun. And,
No,
I'm a
that's what I'm saying,
master,
they're out there anyway.
I'm a
They're
master
probably doing
gardener,
stuff.
so we always have somebody, myself or another master gardener there to show them what we're doing and why we're doing it. And why it's important to keep our parks beautiful.
I might probably actually understand all that.
Then we have the Hummingbird Festival coming up, and we do hummingbird feeders at all the parks. always looking for volunteers to put feeders out.
Cool.
Okay.
Think of 3, so.
All right. Well, and if you have any questions, you can, it's pio@aransascounty.org. Send me an email,
Okay.
Yeah.
What PIs?
public information officer.
Oh, okay.
Have my email? Thank you.
You bet.
Thank
I'll
you.
have to get to the next one. Thank you.
Yeah, you too.
Take care.
Okay.
I'm sure is there more.
There's a person who has 2 accounts on the phone, right? Is what that's-
Oh, right. And then affidavit.
And there's an affidavit later.
We are doing 2 cases. This will be by phone. It's 1635 and 2270.
Next page.
Oh. Same page. How convenient.
It is a mobile home account and a real property.
Which is which?
The
Let's see.
8809142 should be the mobile home, which I'm assuming is case 2270.
And the other one is. All right, we'll do them in order. 1635 first.
Ready?
Yep.
This lady's name is Yvonne Valdez.
Okay.
Christine Rodriguez.
That's right.
So you confused him.
I saw his finger twitching. It's just like, oh my God.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is Charlie Powers at the Appraisal Review Board. How are you this morning?
I'm good. How are you?
Who am I speaking to?
Yvonne.
Yvonne, okay. Yvonne, we have some administrivia to take care of before we get into the meat of the matter. If you just follow along
Okay.
with me, I'll have some
Yes, sir.
questions for you toward the end. Okay?
Okay. Uh-huh.
Okay. We're opening 2 hearings. We're going to be talking about case ID 1635, account 26963, and account case ID 2270, account 8809142. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is Q1, incorrect appraised market values.
We are the Appraisal Review Board that will be hearing your protests today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of your protest. The Comptroller's Office provides an electronic survey for you to offer feedback about your experience today. They may be accessed at the appraisal district office or online at surveymonkey.com/r/surveyarb. The survey is voluntary. You also have the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to you with our determination. In accordance with Tax Code Section 4145H, all written material that has not been provided must be provided at this time. ARB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F.
As it relates to case 1635 and 2270.
Yes, as it relates to case 1635 and 2270.
Referencing cases 1635 and 2270, I do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code 4166F.
I, Scott Waggart, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of Tax Code Section 41.66F as it relates to case 2021-1635 and -2270.
All testimony from all witnesses must be given under oath. Yvonne,
Yes, sir.
I'm assuming that you are under oath for the duration of these two hearings as a result of you signing the affidavit. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I, Amy Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony I shall present to the appraisal review board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct. This is for account, case ID 1635 and 22.
Yvonne, I'm obligated to ask you if you hold an appraiser's license in the state of Texas.
No, sir, I don't.
Okay. Do you happen to have the procedures document page in front of you? The one that has times for the hearing?
Yes, sir.
Ah, excellent. You'll notice that there's two major columns. One is if you speak first, and the other is if the district speaks first. Which would you prefer?
The district can go ahead and speak first.
Okay, in that case, we're opening a hearing on 2021-1635, account 26963. Eamon, you have the floor.
Okay, so this is 26963. Last year, it was certified at 30,350. This year it was noticed at 63,900. It is the land portion of a land and mobile home property. They're connected, but this is just for the land, the utilities associated with the mobile home, and a small storage shed. The storage shed only contributing $50, so it's pretty insignificant. The utilities are also fairly insignificant. They have an effective age of 2003. They are just really depreciated. We're just assuming that they haven't been replaced. It's the original utilities from 2003, and they're just sitting under there doing what they do. All the year-over-year change in here was land. So really, we're looking at land value change here. This is on South Vern. So this is an area that historically has been extremely low land values. And just conceptually, ever since the hurricane, this is the area that has seen the biggest relative change to what it used to be. These areas that were, here to Aransas Pass, where stuff used to be really, really cheap, is being filled out and built out. And we're going to see that here in a second. The first comp on the sales grid is just the consideration value. So just what's on the deed of trust for a mobile home that was sold on Ruby Allen. And it was $87,526 plus whatever was put down. So it indicates a value for the subject at $57,180 if you just take the mobile home off. The next one are land sales. So these two are going to paint you a little picture. We have the subject is 15,000 square feet. We have one that's exactly half that size on Fort Worth Street that sold for $50,000. And then the next one, subject is 60,000. This one's 59,500 on South Vern, which is where this one is. The subject is 1603 South Vern, 1727 and 1731 South Vern, was purchased December 31st, 2020 for $60,000. Land is worth, it's just abstracted from sales. There's no way to do a cost or income approach for land unless it's agricultural. So when land sales happen, that's where our land tables come from. And people are paying $50,000 and $60,000. They're paying the indicated price per square foot of that last one is about $4 a foot, which is what the subject is noticed at. The indicated value per square foot of the one on 4th Street is even higher. It's half the size and it's sold for $50,000. I agree that it's a lot, but that's what it's costing. So it's not even the only one. The equity grid is going to show other properties in this area. Again, because it's just on a land table, everything nearby, you're just going to take the improvements off, normalize them, and then the land is all going to be the same. This land tables are still pretty broad out there. Our sales ratio report is for South Central Rockport, I believe. Yep, South Central Rockport, and we are at 98.8% and 98.2% average. It's just we're trying to keep up with it, but there's other properties that are still, areas that are still more valuable, more profit or whatever, like South Rockport and stuff that are growing, but this area is like, people got into this area 15 years ago for a pittance compared to what it's going for now. People are paying a lot of money for land out here, it's driving up land value. So that's why the change was made.
Okay, anything else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay. So Yvonne, you have 2 minutes, 2 minutes for cross-examination if you want to ask Eamon questions, and 5 minutes for your presentation. So I'll give you 7 minutes on the timer.
Okay. I just mainly want to ask, I'm new to this area. I'm not really sure how the property is divided or how y'all separate the two properties. Can you tell me that?
You mean between the two accounts that you have?
Yes.
Okay, so the mobile home is not real estate. Unless it's declared as real estate, it's legally considered personal property.
Okay.
So the account that goes with the land can only have real estate on it. It can only have land improvements to the land or on the land. It cannot have personal property on it unless it's declared to be real property. So you just have two accounts. It's pretty normal for a mobile home to have two accounts. But this one just doesn't include the building, basically.
So it doesn't include the mobile home or the storage?
It doesn't include the mobile home.
Okay. What about the storage room?
Storage building is real property. It's a fixed.
Okay. I noticed on both property, on both assessment things, it has the portable storage room. Am I being charged for one or two?
If it's on both accounts, then it would be two. Let me check the other account.
Okay.
That is correct. There's two storage buildings, two detached storage buildings, sheds, basically. We're talking about sheds.
Yes,
how many sheds do you have?
And that's incorrect, sir.
How many do you have? One or?
I'm sorry. So tell me again, I'm sorry.
How many sheds do you actually have and how big are they?
I have just that one shed that's right behind the mobile home.
Okay, what size is it?
I have no idea, to tell you the truth. I sent you a picture, which was that exhibit number 2. That's my storage shed right there. The one that's on the picture that you guys have, that's Mr. Krebs. That's the neighbors.
10 by 12 is what I'm
right
getting.
by his mobile home. The property 26964.
10 by 12 looks
10 by 12 is what I
reasonable
have.
to me, yeah. Looks like she's being charged twice.
Well, she is. There's one that should not be on there, which is on the case that we're currently working, which is.
Yeah, because it only shows 12 square feet.
16,
Because that's that thing in the very front. Might be a water well cover.
Do you have a water well cover?
Yes, I do have a water well, a little, yes, I do have it looks like a little house, but it's yes, it's over the water well.
Yeah, that doesn't need to be on there.
How about the trailer pad? That doesn't seem to be.
There's actually one thing I can see it's weird about this. It says there's two.
It says there's 2.
You only have one utility hookup, right? Or do you have a place to hook up like an RV visit?
No, I just have the house is there, and then in the back, I don't think there's another one. I know on that picture that you guys sent from 2005, it looks like there was a travel trailer there from the previous owner, but there's nothing back there. I mean, I do have a water spout, but there's no septic or anything that I know of that goes back there. There's not a cover or anything that I could see.
Okay. So those are both contributing with the neighborhood adjustment, $1,980 that is, should be removed.
And then
Can we take it
I just
off?
wanted to clarify
Yeah,
that
please.
pad that it's showing, is that the pad that's right there, that's alongside the mobile home? Is that the pad that y'all are referring to, the concrete pad?
No, the P is pad package, it's the utilities. It's really the
Oh, okay.
utilities, yeah.
Oh, okay,
They're included in the value of a site-built house, but they're not included in the value of a mobile home, because you don't buy the utilities at the lot. Those, you have to add it to whatever the mobile home costs.
okay, but it, on this one paper, it says trailer pad, what is that?
That's the utility hookups. That's like electric, water,
Okay.
sewer.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, yeah, because I sent you the other pictures showing that it's on pier and beam, but there's no concrete under that mobile
Correct.
home at all, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that would, and that's
Okay.
only gonna leave $1,600 contributing from the utilities. Pretty much.
Okay. Okay. Well, that was mainly all I had. I just wanted to clarify, because I did notice that that picture of the storage shed wasn't mine. It's from the neighbor next door. And just to clarify that I only have one storage shed on there.
Okay, we have that. Anything
Okay.
else?
No, sir, that's pretty much it.
Okay. We'll keep going with some time, but I think we've kind of reached a conclusion here. So Eamon, you have 2 minutes for cross and 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
I do not.
Okay, he's gonna pass. You have 2 minutes then, Yvonne, for cross-examination if you need it. Anything else you want to
No,
tell
sir.
us? Okay. Anything for closing, Eamon?
Check.
Okay, he has nothing for closing. Any final thoughts from you? 1 minute?
I appreciate all your time and attendance for this. Thank you.
Okay. So on case ID 2021-1635, when considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we lower the 2021 assessed value from $63,900 down to $61,920 based on removal of the trailer pad.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, case closed. Opening case ID 2270, account 8809142. This is the trailer itself. Yvonne, would you like to go first or would you like Eamon to go first?
No, the main thing on the trailer, I'm sorry, go ahead. I don't really have any too much on this at all.
Okay, we'll let Eamon go.
My big, I'm sorry.
We'll let Eamon go first, and then you can ask him questions after he presents.
Okay.
Okay, this is account 8809142. Last year it was certified at 16,840. This year it was noticed at 16,240. It has depreciated $400 year over year, $600 year over year. It's just a 3S14 minus. It was built in 2004, and that's its effective age. It does have a roof over. Great. Good for preserving your mobile home. As far as what the value of these things are once they're installed, all the sales are going to be mobile home sales, and then you just abstract out everything that's not the mobile home, and you get the contributory value of the mobile home. The sales for mobile home properties look like they're all deed of trust numbers, so we don't even have the down payments in these things, which has been proven time and again to be unreliably low data. The sale prices that we have on deeds is $65,000, $87,000, $92,000, and $93,000. When abstracted out and adjusted to be like the subject, it indicates that the subject would sell for $33,105. That's the effect that mobile home should have on a vacant lot. Equity-wise, there's other properties that are 3S14s in the South Central Rockport area. We are below the equity value of $17,112. And then it's the same sales ratio report for South Central Rockport. That's all.
Okay. Yvonne, then you have 2 minutes for rebuttal.
Okay, I just wanted to mainly say that on this trailer, it's a 2004, as he stated. Due to the flooding that happens there quite frequently, it tends to flood and that house shifts a lot. So we're dealing with the house being unleveled. I mean, to tell you the truth, the doors aren't closing right. You know, it's just because of the flooding that goes on there. Also, the under paneling that's on there due to Harvey, you know, we're still working on that. We have fixed 3 of the 4 sides of it. All along the front side of it, we still haven't finished, haven't been able to get back to fixing that due to monetary and, you know, just things. And, you know, there's no insurance on it because of the high cost of it and everything. So I'm having to, you know, do it as I go, as I get the money. But anyway, it has you know, it depreciates and lose value every year, but it is getting worse. That's pretty much all and it's on pier and beam. That's pretty much all I had on that.
Okay. Right then, Amy, you got 2 minutes for rebuttal and 2 minutes for cross if you need it.
Yeah, what she's described actually is normal depreciation for a mobile home. 17-year-old mobile home, we have it as 52% depreciated. They don't have a 60-year economic life like a house. That we agree that it's worn out just with time, but that's why it's so heavily depreciated. Sales indicate that this thing should be contributing 33,000, and we're at 16. Mobile home sale prices make no sense. Actually, really weird. If you buy a new mobile home and put it on a lot, it's immediately worth more than you paid. So, unfortunate reality, but kind of weird. I think that it's just it is probably worse what we have on it as far as depreciation. Like I agree, but if it didn't have those problems, it'd be worth even more.
Okay, anything else? Okay. Yvonne, you have 2 minutes for rebuttal if you need it.
No, sir, I just have one quick question. Is this a flood zone, do you know?
I do not know. I would tell you, historically, living here my whole life, it's really wet. You're living in like a marsh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's not classified as a flood zone or anything?
I don't know. It should be if it's not. I mean, it's just as wet all the time. Land of 1,000 lakes over there.
Yeah.
It's soggy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Amy, you got a minute if you need it. Okay. Yvonne, any closing thoughts? You have 1 minute for closing if you need it.
No, sir, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Now it's our time to deliberate. So did we remove one of these storage sheds from the last account?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it needs to stay in this account then?
Yeah.
All right. I'm not seeing any real reason to lower this more than its assessed value. I mean, it's already less than market value by
It's 50% depreciated.
a lot, and it's depreciated, so keep it where it is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move then on case ID 2021-2270, account 8809142. When considering Q1 incorrect appraised market value, I move that we maintain the 2021 assessed value at $16,240.
All in favor?
All right.
Okay, Yvonne, you'll get a letter in the mail.
Okay, thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye, thank you.
All right, this will be the last account before lunch. It's back on the 8:30 docket. It is an affidavit only account. and it's case 1604. Oh.
Pages on, do you know?
3, top of page 3.
Top of page 3. Okay. Everybody ready?
Yep.
We're opening a hearing on case 11604, account 47909. This hearing is being recorded.
Under protest is both Q1 and Q2.
We are the appraisal review board that will be hearing the protest today. We do not work for the appraisal district. We are appointed to perform an independent review of the protest. Protester has the right to appeal our decision. Appeal information will be provided to the protester with our determination. In accordance with tax code section 4145H, all written material is assumed to have been provided with the affidavit. The RB members who are considering the protest have not communicated with anyone about the protest and are signing affidavits to that effect. I, Charles Powers, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 4166F.
I, Robert Dayton, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Bill Duck, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code 4166F.
I, Scott Wagner, do solemnly swear that I have not communicated with another person in violation of tax code section 41.66F.
I, Eamon Burke, do solemnly swear or affirm the testimony shall present to the Aransas County Appraisal District, Appraisal Review Board for the Aransas County Appraisal District is true and correct, and I will be reading the property owner's affidavit into the record. It's huge, so I'll do what I can. This is 47909. The owner is Chris E. and Angela L. Marshall, P.O. Box 5, Hazlet, Texas 760520005. 817-946-6571. Stereophone@gmail.com. Property is described as 2707 Highway 35 North, Aransas Pass, Texas 78336. Reasons for protest selected are incorrect appraised market value and values unequal compared to other properties. Evidence is described as being 101 pages, including this affidavit. Statement of facts or arguments are as follows. Please see all attached documents. Exhibit A, appraisal. Exhibit B, response to comp sales 2021 grade. Exhibit C, response to sales ratio report. Exhibit D, subject property not listed for sale. Section 6, hearing time. I do not intend to appear at the hearing either in person or by telephone conference call. And section 7, it was signed and notarized by Angela Marshall in Tarrant County. All right, Marshall's Landing property tax protest evidence. Exhibit A, appraisal, we got a response to comp sales grid, sale ratio report, and subject property not listed for sale. Exhibit A. Oh, pink highlighter. Let's go. All right, valuation of the site improvements located at 2707 Highway 35 North, Aransas Pass, Texas. Effective date March 23rd, 2020. As is market value opinion, $275,000. Charter Bank, Leslie Gwynn, Senior Vice President, Corpus Christi, Texas. So it's a restricted appraisal report, Acres LLC. All right, it's got a little letter. As requested, we've completed an appraisal on the above referenced real property. The purpose of our appraisal is to estimate the market value opinion of the fee simple interest in the subject property as is on the appraisal rate. The appraisal as set forth is subject to the terms and conditions stated within this letter of transmittal. The body of the report are the assumptions and limiting conditions contained in the addenda. Special assumptions and limiting conditions. The appraiser performed a visual inspection by walking the property and gathering information about the physical characteristics of the subject site that are relevant to the valuation problem. The lot size was taken from information provided by the client. The size of the improvements are based on information provided by the client, public records, and plans provided. Should additional information become available that would impact value, the appraiser reserves the right to alter the value analysis and conclusions herein. It is assumed the subject's access to public utilities is adequate for any existing or future use. Should a problem be present, the appraiser reserves the right to alter analysis accordingly. These limiting conditions and special assumptions, the value analysis conclusions are based on current and historical market conditions of the date of the report. The appraiser cannot be held responsible for unforeseeable events that alter market conditions subsequent to the effective dates of appraisal. As per requirement of uniform as use PAP and ethics rule pertaining to conduct, prior to accepting an assignment, the appraiser must disclose to the client in the report certification any services regarding the subject property performed by the appraiser within the prior 3 years as an appraiser or in any other capacity. This allows the client to determine potential conflicts if any. All right, this is starting to seem pretty boilerplate for this appraisal. I don't know if any of this is really specific to the property or if it's just how they do their appraisals at Charter Bank. Okay, this allows the claim. Got that. Yep. Regionally, there's been strong employment in drilling and servicing sector. The petroleum industry has contributed to overall economic growth. Recently, decline in energy prices spawned concern about the petroleum industry and overall economic conditions. Okay, appraisal process uses historical data to show a steady growth pattern in the last 24, 36 months, all real estate sectors. Regional economic outlook as a wait and see mindset.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
The appraisers, part of the assignments, have made an extraordinary assumption. An assumption directly related to a specific assignment, which, if found to be false, could alter the appraiser's opinions and conclusions. Extraordinary assumptions presume as fact otherwise uncertain information. And it is the impact of COVID-19. And any temporary or long-term impact on the local market is unknown. Market value analysis and conclusion herein takes extraordinary assumption that the impact on the market will be minimal. Should market conditions change drastically, the appraiser reserves the right to alter value analysis herein. Right, the report's been prepared in compliance with the TREA, controller of the currency, FDIC, FIREA, and USPAP. The as-is market value opinion of the subject as of March 23rd, 2020 is $275,000. The exposure time is estimated at 1 year. There is no FF&E included in the value conclusion. Following report contains factual data upon which the value estimate is based and has been presented in consideration of the guidelines outlined above. I'm so happy about it. All right. Purpose of the appraisal, it says it's used for Charter Bank. The intended use of the report is the client bank and or affiliates. The final value is strictly subject to the report used for this function. Gives a definition of use PAP, compliance, what fee simple estate is, reasonable exposure. It says there was 845 sales since 1 of 2010, with an average asking price of $462,352 and an average days on market of 265. Exposure time is estimated at 12 months. All right. It's currently under the ownership of Chrissy and Angela Marshall. It was not and is not currently listed for sale. No other transactions in the last 3 years. The property is known as Marshall Landing RV Park. It says it's irregular dimensions, 1.65 acres of usable land, 4.2 in total. Highest and best use is RV. Utilities, electric, water, and sewer. Class and type, low-cost RV sites. Economic life, 30 years, 12 pads, 12 units. All right, there's a view of the cleared area. Got some data loss on those pictures pretty severely. But if you recognize this, it's on the way to Aransas Pass on the left in the fishing spot out there. There's a concrete pad and some RVs on it. It's Marshall's Landing. There's an aerial, and it's got a lot of data loss. Okay, market value analysis in conclusion gives their explanation of our market conditions. Improvements has underlined, it says the subject has 12 RV hookups located on 19,700 square feet of reinforced concrete parking. Sales comparison approach improved. So got some stuff, 2110 FM 2725 in Ingleside, sold for 142. 1201 Hardy, sold for 347. 534 Adolfo, sold for 175. 1507 South Cassuth, sold for 100. 2018.
Sounds like those are all over town.
And I don't know what they are. They may be RV parks, and you're gonna have to get a member area for RV parks.
Okay.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a problem to go to Ingleside. remind me of the property ideas on this one?
63,
47909.
We are.
47909. Sorry. Hoarding data here. Check, see if we have all those. All right, price per unit analysis conclusion is the market value is selected at $22,500 per unit. So they're saying this place should be 270 because the little RV park should sell for $22,500 per unit. Potential gross income, they got an income approach workup. Their estimated annual income is $71,280. And then whenever they give it their 11% cap rate, the loaded cap rate, it comes out to 280 rounded. So it's 283 on an income approach. I'm not even gonna get into that. That's fine. Okay, so their opinion of value is 275. Certification, assumptions, don't go through that. Appraiser's qualifications. Guys got a lot of qualifications. He's a real estate appraiser. He's got a license, did a scope of work. Exhibit B, response to sales comp grid. With regard to the sales comp 2021 grid, comps 1 and 3 are highlighted below, are shown to be poor choices when used in comparison to the subject property. Below is a grid outlining the land values of the 4 comps compiled by ACAD. Comp 1 and 3 stand out as being priced significantly higher than comps 2 and 4. Supporting data along with the reasons comp 1 and 3 are poor choices are provided as follows. The problem with using comp 1 is that Palm Harbor's usable land allows for far more RV units than Marshall's Landing. 2 properties are comparable in that the highest and best use of each property is an RV park. The significant difference is that Palm Harbor's 103 compared to Marshall's Landing's 12 hookups. The rate at $495 per month lot rent, Palm Harbor's monthly rental income is $50,000, where Marshall's Landing is only $5,000. The Corps of Engineers project plan Marshall's Landing is in a completed state of development. They can't expand it. That's what they're saying. They're not allowed to make their park any bigger. It's allowed to be 12 sites. Palm Harbor is much bigger than their park is. So this gives Palm Harbor an unfair advantage over Marshall's Landing since Palm Harbor's income is well able to cover the cost of the tax assessed, while Marshall's Landing is essentially taxed out of business. Exhibit B, response to comp sale grid. Okay, it's page 2. Palm Harbor's tax rate is only 12% of their income, and then the Marshall's Landing more than double that of Palm Harbor. So they're saying for the amount of money they're making, their tax burden is proportionately higher than Palm Harbor. As shown in the attached off-market for Realtor in comp 3, the elevation of the property is 18 feet, mean sea level, located in FEMA zone X.
So I have a question about the process here. Normally, we don't time affidavit
Yeah.
because they're short. I mean, we've got 100 pages or more, and it's going to take way more than the normal allotted time for a hearing to get through this. I mean, Eamon's already spent easily the 10 minutes allotted to a protester's time. What's the process here?
Never had anything like this before.
Okay.
I don't know if it's necessary or even if the property owner wanted us to read every word and every number on every page. But I'd still like to go through it and see what points they're making.
Okay.
And what they have to say. I mean, we're getting the gist of it. It's just that I have to find it, I have to dig it out. We've got that there's an appraisal, what the appraisal is based on. They've considered other approaches to value. The argument being made here is that the tax burden for their business is worse for them than it is for Palm Harbor.
Okay. Fair enough.
And the comp sales is our grid and showing where those were. There's a map showing the flood zones that were referenced. The property is practically in the water, so it is definitely in a flood zone. It's pretty much in a thing. Let's see, there's more proximity to flood zone, lowers property values. Let's see, what is this? Is this included? like land sales from MLS. One on Fulton Beach Road for $1.5 million, wetlands. One for 2.1 million. Says it's wetlands. It's on 188. I don't know what point they're trying to make with this, because they didn't talk about those yet. Maybe they're just trying to point out that the flood zone has an impact on value. Maybe. I think that's what they're trying to say. Sale price per acre, 24,000, net of submerged area within Salt Lake and Canal. Yeah, and there's the next page is elevation. So yeah, I think they're trying to show that they're really belaboring that flooding affects land value. Flooding affects the property value. That's obviously. There is a declaration of conditions and restrictions on the property that were mentioned before.
I'm kind of curious of Exhibit D, if
Well, let's see, the deed restrictions are. All right. Here's the deed restrictions. No filling, excavating, mining, or alteration of the property that affect the success criteria outlined in the mitigation plan unless approved in writing in advance for the USACE Galveston District. They reserve the right to go in there and inspect the property for scientific and educational stuff. And if they do something wrong, they'll get in trouble. This property is in a, the land is, they're not allowed to just start putting dirt in and filling in the bay.
Okay.
They're not allowed to start messing with the ecosystem out here. It's too valuable. There are deed restrictions that say you can't stop someone from coming out here and doing fish counts and watching birds and seeing what plants are growing out there. And you're not allowed to cover the whole thing in concrete without permission. It's wetlands, and they're wanting to keep it wetlands. Then there's the deeds. All right, we're getting through a lot of pages of the deeds. All right, the sales ratio report, paraments. I don't know what paraments means. I've never heard that word. It says that, okay. It says there's erroneous acreage, 1202 West Mesquite, market value. Okay. So they're saying, hey, look at this. Look at the land value. It's 2.95 acres on 1202 Mesquite Street. And if you average it out, it's like, oh my gosh, that's 1.6 million an acre. It should be 149,000 an acre. But their value is not all land value. 1202 Mesquite was the sale of an RV park. So their sales ratio report was the sale of other RV parks. Okay, and then on LoopNet it says 1202 West Mesquite, that's an RV park. Actually, this is just a single mobile in Woody Acres. I think so. All right. Bill there. Commercial real estate listing agreement, exclusive right to sell to EvTex Properties, Janae Evans. All right. Listing begins on March 26, 2020 and ends at March 26, 2021. It's gonna be for sale for 24 hours. I'm messing around. Listing price?
1 year, right?
For 1 year, yeah, right. Sorry, it's 1 year. Okay, 2020 to 2021.
Yeah.
All right, and the listing price, $4,700,000.
We're gonna have the price.
All right.
For $275,000.
Broker's gonna get 6% of that. Okay, so that concludes their evidence. And previously, they'd said that Exhibit D was going to prove that it's not, has not, and will not be listed for sale. And it appears to be proving the exact opposite. That it is explicitly for sale. And It is currently for sale, and our evidence shows we are aware that it's for sale. Last year it was noticed at 265,340. This year its value is 850,160. The value change year over year, I think, is almost all land.
Yeah.
The land in that area facing the bay got reworked pretty heavily. I disagree with the appraiser's conclusion that the highest and best use of this property is RV. I mean, I'm sure it's great to have your RV parked there. I don't think the best thing to do with it is to build an RV park out of this property because of the complication of owning a stable RV park in a place that's so chaotic. What's been shown is that if you wanted to maximize what you get out of owning this property, you should probably develop it into single family housing, really high end housing, but you should probably just leave it alone. It's sort of a natural area. But as an RV park goes, it's a 12 space park. It's just sitting on $650,000 worth of land. The park, we saw previously that the other appraiser said that RV parks should be bought and sold for $22,500 per space. That includes land, amenities, everything else. I haven't found that to be a reliable model of predicting what these things sell for, to just do it per space and ignore whether or not it's Palm Harbor or 40 acres. It's different. If we look at the listing from LoopNet, the description of the property, which maybe will give us some insight, says 425 feet of frontage on Redfish Bay, fully operational RV park with 12 pads and 100 amp service to each pad, served by City of Aransas Pass water, situated adjacent to more than 603 acres of land in the south, available for sale by two separate entities, making Marshall Landing part of one of the largest land blocks and available multimodal land, rail, highway, and intracoastal waterway within close proximity to Port Corpus Christi. Approximately 8.5 nautical miles to the CC ship channel and La Quinta terminal. Recently annexed, currently zoned agricultural district. So there's an indication that the property would most likely be purchased by somebody who wants to buy it, 600 acres next to it, and build another Bahia Bay. And then maybe it's worth $4 million. Nobody's accepted this thing at $4 million. I think that is a ludicrous amount of money for what they own. It's great. I like it. I don't think it's worth $4 million. I don't think it's worth even close to $4 million. So, our value of the RV sites, I think, is pretty well indicated by the market. The value of land is indicated by land sales nearby. That's why the land tables got worked and changed. The subject is for sale, indicating $1 million, 93,000 per acre.
So I'm pretty much okay with most of this. The couple of questions I have, well, first off, there's a small adjustment based on your sales grade, but that's
Sure.
pretty
Yeah.
minimal.
Oh,
And-
it's $55,000.
Well, okay.
Yeah, I mean, we've been looking at 4 million and it doesn't look like anything anymore.
My only other question is, looking at the picture, if you have a high degree, without getting Jackie engaged for the next hour, taking measurements, whether you're confident or comfortable with the land elements on the property card, because there are a couple of land elements and it's not clear which were the wetlands, which was the RV park. It looked like there was at least 3 segments.
Yeah, I will tell you that this property and all this land here is, Scott did it. Scott's super
Very
meticulous,
detailed, yeah.
and he measured all this stuff. He's kind of,
Okay.
he's the guy to do that. And it was a job that no one wanted to go and do all that.
Okay,
So
so
he did it, and I think you did it right, so.
Oh, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure everybody else was
Yeah, I
okay.
get it. I mean, like what counts as being underwater and what doesn't.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's still a lot of it that's underwater. He's a pretty careful guy. I really hope this doesn't sell for remotely close to $400.
I just can't.
Well,
Is it, are y'all done?
No, we're getting there. Come back at 3. So I'm good with 797, 950.
That's where I am too.
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna make a motion on case ID 2021-1604, account 47909. When considering both Q1 incorrect appraised market value and Q2 equity value, that we lower the 2021 assessed value from 849,160 to 797,950.
All in favor?
Aye.
Right. And then if we have just a few minutes before noon, we wanted to go over a phone call we got this morning in regard to a reschedule of accounts. So this is a property owner who's currently scheduled for the August 23rd.
Tuesday of the last
I
week,
think it's a Monday
the Monday of the last week that.
of our hearings. Right, the 26th should be the last day that we have hearings. I spoke with her and she said that that doesn't work for her. And she doesn't want anything any earlier. So I am wondering if you would like me to schedule her for the first regular ARD meeting later in the year? Or what kind of options do you think we could give?
Schedule it for the last quarter of the meeting.
Okay, and do you want to go ahead and look at what that date would be? I think.
I knew you were gonna ask that.
October 1st through the 10th would take care of that, the first 10 days for the supplement. It takes care of some language in the property tax code. So if we could do it, first through the 10th of October would be good.
Right, and I think that Tuesday, y'all usually meet on a Tuesday. I think that's October 5th.
I will be out of town through the 6th.
Okay.
Unlikely to be in Houston for the better part of the fall.
Yeah, I'll be going through the 6th.
So we can schedule it. What's the
But,
sun?
but that's not it. None of my stuff is etched. So it's, I mean, just
You said you need
What about
October
this?
the what? You were preferred.
The statute says the first 10 days of any quarter, so the 7th is a good day. That's a Thursday.
Right.
Can we shoot for that?
Yeah. As far as I know, I'll be back from vacation, but maybe later in the day might be, the afternoon might be better, just in case I'm delayed.
1:30 on Thursday, the 7th of October.
So what do you think your situation is gonna be?
me.
Yeah.
I have no way of knowing
No, you
until we go in late August.
Yeah.
I have no way of knowing.
It's a singleton day that primarily is going to be mostly just a regular business meeting in which we'll present the supplement. But in addition to that, we have that lady with 4 accounts.
Yes, she
And-
has 4 accounts total.
And just so you know, the way I understand it is that we don't have to give them, like, we just have to give them another day. We don't have to make any kind of, any kind of accommodation for this person. She just said, nothing else in that week works for me. And nothing else before that time works for me. Well, we're sitting here on the 10th today, and she's scheduled for the 23rd. She's scheduled for the 23rd. I mean, that's 13 days from now. She can't do it any 13 days from now. And then that day doesn't work for her because of a scheduling conflict. She does get it rescheduled, but we don't have to make any other accommodation.
She is not, I, I
She's not,
suggested affidavit, phone hearing, but neither of those options.
She wants to come in?
And I can call it. I mean, if it worst comes to worst, and I'm in Houston, I can call it. I can be on the phone.
We also have a
Or
25
Zoom or something.
2525D motion that came in earlier in the summer, which I assume we'll want to do at the same time. Or Mike, I don't know if you want me to try to get it scheduled for the 26th.
the 2525s, we
Yeah.
already have one.
We have at least one.
No, we'll just throw it in about October 7th. It's just
And
Yeah, I think it might be 7 accounts altogether
on the 2525.
on the 2525.
Well, why don't we replace the 4 hearings that we had with this person with the, well,
Yeah, that's less than the 15.
we don't have to get 15
Oh,
days on a
because
20.
of the.
It's a
okay.
2525, is it not?
It is.
A 2525, we're not required?
I'll look,
Yeah.
but it is 7 hearings.
Well, then we're gonna have to do it later.
I
Don't
believe
worry, don't worry about that right now.
Okay.
We'll think about like what that looks like on October 7th.
so, and we don't know, you may propose an October date and she may nix that too. What do you do with that? I mean, so long, thanks for all the fish.
Say it one more time, what exactly?
Well, we're proposing a date in October,
Right.
a specific date, and actually a specific time in the afternoon, I think. She may say that's not gonna work for her either, so.
Well, she doesn't get, she only gets one rescheduled.
She
has to
doesn't
agree.
have to agree.
Is,
So technically then the 26th.
That's why I made the statement. We don't have to make an accommodation for, like, if a person says a reschedule,
yeah,
then we just give them another day and they're required to show. So if.
and this is a reschedule as it is.
So we can give her the 26th.
We could give her the 26th. She's already said that doesn't work for her.
Oh, she already said the 26th does not work.
Right.
The 23rd doesn't work for her.
Right.
Any day before the 23rd doesn't work for her, and the 26th doesn't work for her.
Yeah.
So I
That was
don't know
our
what,
last
I'll go to October, whatever. And
and if she doesn't show, then she doesn't show.
If she doesn't show.
Yeah, okay.
be here anyway.
Yeah.
So, no doubt.
So when I call her, if y'all want to do October 7th at 1:30 PM, I will let her know that's when the hearing will be, the
Right.
rescheduled hearing.
Yeah.
So she'll have to adjust her schedule. She's got plenty.
We'll
of
just
time.
tell her October 7th and, or will we tell her at a specific time, 1:30?
1:30.
All right,
Cool.
thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Okay.
What's the time? 12:01.
Should we?
Good meeting
refer to
management.
What Marshall and Swift would have done
Well,
on a reschedule? Okay.
it depends on whether we're talking about Corpus or Dallas. Yeah. Yeah.
Any source of humor. 1:30 again, right?
Yes.
I had a friend thought I spoke with yesterday. So, I kind of wonder how many times we can after this.
It's some scary stuff.
Yeah, he was a good shape. So to speak. Okay,
See you next week.
good, thank you, ma'am.
That's one of those things that will wait. You are indeed. Oh. Stop. You will fit in the lock, it just won't work. be like, yeah. 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 I know. I have that. See. Well, you said exactly. I know, that's what I was trying to. Yes, I know. I only have a tiara. You are, wow. What? Yeah. Nice. You're right. Oh, I was say. Well, you forget. Oh, that's true. Yes, anybody who has kids. No. I have this theory, be true to it. You know, cats. But all else fails. There you go. I don't know. Oh, yes. Steve Fisher. So. Oh, sorry, I read it. Okay. Oh, wait. Which times of the day is the worries there? They're in for a great afternoon. So the flag is still up, so I read. Notice for that. Feel better. That across the bridge, passing out Portland. Pull over, right out. So. Six, three, seven, just. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. No, it just needs it. Now it's got it, yeah. It's great now. Oh. Yes, so we want well, if you got a specific. Oh. Yeah. I saw it while ago. Oh, now you know you're good. She's doing that too. I got a minute. So she said usually it's best company, but she'll work through. Yeah, I read that. Yeah, so, right. Don't know. This. Hey, then I just thought that. It's showing that on. That's. Is, she said, she wants, there's a question up there. Certified for. And then, also. Yes. Yeah, I'll bring it. Yeah. I was thinking that. Yeah, I'm not here. I don't know. Let me see. Look it up. Yeah. Perfect. Percent more finished. All the we're gonna part of the vendors. We're gonna have trial. I don't know, you can't really pull that out. Yeah. Yeah. Right. No, you can't really pull that out. Because. You don't know. What's that about pets? Because if you pet like somebody, your homeowner's insurance will cover that. They will sue you. Yes. But he is. Jackie? Yes? Phone call? Thank you, Jackie. You're welcome. Wait. Hi, Roger.
Hi, Val.
a lot of things. When I tried to get pictures together, but it's a lot like that. Okay. Here, he was saying something about it. Right. Not as bad as yesterday, is it?
No.
Good. I think everybody's still in the country. How you doing, Robert?
Honestly, came back too early from lunch. Man, I could have had a 10-minute nap.
I'm gonna make you feel on purpose, to enjoy the peace and quiet.
Well, that is nice.
Transition into it.
Yes.
Okay. Zoom. We have a Zoom that's called in with 3 accounts.
Okay,
And I think we have one human in the lobby.
okay. Guess which 3 accounts there are. And I could see, and then I could see here. I could see the Zoom accounts here, and I could see who it is here. It's the crank.
The crank?
It's like you read his comments, you just kind of go, oh, okay. You know. If all this is true, then you need to be hiring a lawyer. Oh, wait, you are a lawyer. At least according to his email. That's fisherlaw.gmail.com.
This is today.
Yeah. There's more commentary on page 7.
And this is Zoom?
Yeah. Think of it as entertainment value.
Oh, that's just peachy.
Just think of it as entertainment value.
Yeah, this is when you really gotta keep track of the time.
Yeah.
Because this guy can talk.
Oh, you've seen him before?
Fisher?
Yeah.
Oh, he's world renowned in Rockport.
Oh, really? Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And the guy he refers to, Coleman,
Yeah.
property next to him is the guy who brought in all the boats for the prostitution operation and land next to him.
Yeah.
Threw the boats out. Coleman's been in prison a couple of times.
All I can say is, I hope he presents real evidence for, that has something to do with the value of the property.
Did you see that Cuomo resigned?
No, I didn't see that.
Effective 2 weeks from now,
Okay.
give time for the lieutenant governor to come up to speed.
Okay.
It's a woman I've never heard of. She's been really in the background.
He's got pages is this. Oh. Okay, so
She really close track of the time.
yeah. It's one of his multiple evidence packets, has close to 100 pages.
Cuomo's resigned.
We have His Eminence, Mr. Fisher.
Oh, really? On the phone, I assume?
We're sort of halfway looking for
Zoom.
See if I know this guy. I don't know him.
Zoom,
Darn it.
163 accounts, 168,
Be live.
220, and 221.
We're getting front row tickets to see the Rolling Stones and
On television.
they bring out the big screen and there, it's a live remote. It's like, oh. It's always entertaining,
Oh, yeah.
especially when this subject comes up.
Yep.
It's exciting. Except for yesterday.
Oh, I'm looking forward to this.
Keep very close track of the time.
Okay.
Giddy with the anticipation. Steve
Yeah, you were talking about the Rolling Stones. One of my real bummers about COVID was
We need to
my
admit them on
brother
Zoom.
or my son and daughter-in-law
You
bought
wanna
tickets for
start
May
this up?
last year. for the Rolling
They're gonna
Stones
be on
concert
Zoom.
in Dallas in May. Of course, it was canceled.
Yeah.
And a couple weekends ago when they moved, we went up there for the album thing, and I drove one of my son's cars back, because I'm driving out of town with the radio. I hear
Do we need to be able to
rescheduled
watch
for
this? I don't think
October.
we necessarily do.
They're not gonna live here.
Who is the first person? There's three people.
Right, and they, Steve is the agent
Okay.
for one of them.
Okay.
So I don't know if we'll start with their case.
Let's start
maybe?
with those two cases,
Mhm.
14,914.
220.
Yes, case 220.
Okay.
So who am I admitting?
You're admitting the Smiths and the Fishers.
Okay, there's one called Susan's iPhone.
Steve Fisher just sent an email and said she may be on there. I don't have an affidavit from her.
Okay, but she's allowed to attend. an open
Okay,
meeting.
yeah.
So I'll just admit everybody.
You just have to, the chairman will make clear who to give.
Who signed the affidavit?
Steve Fisher and both of the Smiths, Deborah Smith and Stanley Smith.
Okay.
Okay, everybody is connected. It looks like Susan's iPhone is pending an audio connection. Everybody else should be here.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Sorry, I'm not wearing a tie or anything. It's like 90 degrees where I happen to be at. So,
The first order of business is that we have a joint motion for a closed hearing.
Oh, I don't know what screen it's on.
I just can't see Scott.
We can switch the displays if you want.
Like me to turn this one around? We can- Oops,
Oh, I don't need
something-
to do that. do it. Yeah, I did that. I was thinking USB key.
You're on the wrong one.
I know.
You're on the wrong one.
No, he's got it. You want to see it like that?
I assume there's gonna be some sort of evidence presented. They'll probably want to see it on screen.
Yeah.
All right. There on that screen, we're using our Zoom. The property.
Here, come over here, Jackie, just come around here so you can see what. So just look at the screen.
Oh, okay.
And then whenever they have evidence that they want to show, if they need to look at something,
We just hit share.
we'll have to see it on that screen.
So Scott, you're gonna run that one? Or no?
No, it's all you.
It's all you.
It's all you.
How the heck am I supposed to see? You're not gonna switch me back here then?
No.
It's all one computer. We'll figure it out as we get there, just so you know. You're on one
It's fine, because I
screen,
just can't see.
Okay. First of all.
Where are we?
Pursuant to, tax code 4166D-1, we're going into a closed session.
Did he sign that form? Val?
Yes, he did.
Okay, good. If we're going into closed session, you want to go ahead and do that?
Can you give me the mouse?